Good evening and welcome. So, time for Factorio. I missed my Factorio masterclass this week, but because I wanted to have a few extra Captain of Industry video games or Captain of Industry streams this week. Then I kind of had to release a video every day to sort of not fall behind on sort of the next stream, so I didn't have to sort of do half the stream again. And that's also why I had to sort of make a video today. I don't think I really have to make a video tomorrow, because I'd really like to not make a video tomorrow because I have some exam to study for, so that's probably should focus on that, and then we'll continue tomorrow night with more Captain Industry. I think you got me hooked on it. Nactfee, thank you for the 37 months of Prime. Much appreciated. And the 1 month streak. Welcome back. Having a little hiatus, but good to see you back. Always nice to see that. Even if people might be like, oh, I don't want to show that it's a 1 month streak. It's like, no, I like it. Then I know that it's like, oh, okay. So I did something to lure you back, or something happened to your life that you kind of remember that I still exist. And whatever, it could be all sorts of reasons, but I still like it, so that it's like, oh, okay, can entice people to come back one way or another. Oh, interesting. The hype train did not update. So switch to a laptop most of the time, missing my second monitor. Oh yeah, that sucks. Then it's really difficult to catch live streams because, well, you're probably gonna have something on the main screen, whether that's work or games or whatever. Then but I think Twitch streams are excellent to have on the second screen. They're also good to have on the on primary screen, no question about it, but it's also nice to sort of tinker with your own thing and then work on this. Thank you, June Nakano, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. And now the hype train triggered. I don't know if it triggered before and it just kind of, I was talking and it timed out. Maybe that was just it. Yeah, so I feel a little bit out of the loop with with the Factorio now, because I haven't been sort of had the midweek check-in for Factorio. So I think we'll continue on some of the stuff that we were working on last time, which is like doing random upgrades. Oh, Banjo, good to see you. 20-month streak. I was concerned with the bonus streams I had last week that you might have lost your streak, but if you're on a 20 stream streak, then it seems like you didn't miss it. I didn't. Yeah, so I was like, oh, random stream Thursday, random stream Saturday. There's a good chance that I'll break your streak again. But alas, I did not prevail. I try harder with random streams here and there. But no, let's next week I can't imagine there'll be many surprises. Let's see, Monday and Wednesday and then Sunday evening. I mean, no, yeah, no, yeah. No, that's going to be Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. Yep. I was thinking if there could be something more. And Wednesday might be a little bit late, because I have to go sort of like Easter dinner with my family, and it might not be able to untangle myself fast enough to get back here in time. In time, you will know the true tragic extent of my In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings. It's just... Have you done your work? Have you done your work? Oh, in time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings. This is something you should say when you hand in a report, and then you go like, get a question like, so, are you happy with it? Your Steam is on my second screen while I'm using my laptop right now, but it's a 65-inch TV in the room. Ooh, that's a little bit intimidating. I don't think I work in that size. I'll just do this, so I'm not so intimidatingly big in taking up half your living room. That would be half my living room. All right, we'll embrace the awkwardness. Yeah, I like the idea of Nero's planning to break streams. It's playing the part of Dick Dastardly. I don't know whether they'll never expect to start a stream on a Thursday. We'll break the stream streak. Yeah, but it takes more than that to get you. Yeah, just like Sunday morning, just start a stream and end it again. Ha! No, I don't want to break the streams, but on the other hand, I can't be taking too much. Like I have to be. It's not like if I have the opportunity to stream for a couple of hours, I have to take it. I shouldn't be like, oh, I shouldn't. That's unfair to the people who have a stream streak. Like that's the wrong motivation. Like, so you might use it. Saturday morning cartoon characters. Yeah, I never really did Saturday morning cartoons. And the reason why? I'm too fucking old. Back when I was a wee lad, there was only one Danish public radio, and they were not broadcasting in the Saturday mornings when I was a kid. Plus, it was black and white. Yeah, I shit you not. My parents had a black and white TV. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's just finished switching to Linux. Are you ever truly finished switching to Linux? Isn't that like an ongoing process? Like, oh, this is missing. Let me just... Devil, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you. Because I don't crash again. I started 5 days ago. Yeah, and I know people who started 15 years ago, and they're still sort of in the process of switching. Yeah, I remember that I had a colleague who was always... He was always just telling the wonders of the Linux world, and it was just so good. And every time we were sort of role playing, and then he wanted to look up something on his laptop, then it didn't work because like, oh, it's perfect. It's just that it doesn't boot right now because something. And I tried to install this new distribution of something, and it was like, well, but it's perfect. It's amazing. It's awesome. It just doesn't work right now. Like, yeah, like all the other times. I know it's. For him, it was a hobby. If it worked, it's like do-it-yourself people. Like when things work, they just find some new project to start working, to start fixing. So, 4 years into, and after a month, no touch Windows again. It's experience, yeah. Yeah, it took me from 2008 to 17 to fully switch to at home. Yeah. But it's getting better over time rather than worse. You mean like Windows, which is just progressively turning to shit and has been since Windows 2000 Enterprise Edition. Fuck yeah, that was peak Windows. That's the one I liked. I was clinging on to that version way longer than was reasonable. Like no. Windows 7 was your first love. Oh, yeah. How you use it? If it's a hobby to mess around your computer, then any OS would be in permanent semi-broken state. Yes, exactly. Not born with 2000. Yeah, I mean, maybe so, but I am. Oh, there's a community train. That's weird. Yeah, XP was nice. XP was actually really nice. That was a... Yeah, Windows XP was good for home, and Windows 2000 server was really good for work, I guess. But you know, maybe it was just back then I actually had some technical flair. So anyway, reach. What does this community train do? Blah blah blah. Reach level 2 to gift emotes to some lucky viewers. Oh, that does sounds really useless. I thought, but there's one of these trains that give a discount when you reach level 2. Then it gets like 35% discount on subs, which is nice. So I don't think this is the one. So pay no mind. Oh, that's a treasure train. Yeah, that's a treasure train. We want the treasure trains rather than community trains. You give me a choice between community and treasure. Treasure all the time, any day. Any day. So, yeah, it's busy. Oh, just having a random pen to flick around with. I'm a little bit happy that my sponsored video or sponsored content for next week was sort of fell through, because I'm looking at my calendar and there's just no way that I could sort of squeeze in a stream on. I don't know how the hell did I actually. Well, I don't know how I would even have done that. I was supposed to make a video on the 3rd, I guess.
More shall enter.
Woo! Urchelike, thank you for the tip gifties. Nice. Oh, I currently have 35%, 8 hours remaining. Oh, nice. Okay, well, there you go. Use it. And thank you for using it. You unlocked 2 emotes for chat. Ooh, emotes. Anonymous, thank you for the 65.
Our illustrious champion
Dude in the park, thank you for the tier 3 for 27 months. 23 months, still. We'll hope when it can make it all the way to 23, but 27. That's amazing level. A level, a tier 3 subscription. That's like 5 normal subs. That's amazing. And it also helps a lot on the tally for sub points, because it has been going down pretty radically. And with the hype train yesterday, it was really nice, and sort of getting some more sort of consistent things in. It's starting to get a little bit better, but it's still a little bit concerning. The thing is, like, I have to, for 3 consecutive months, earn more than, I think it's like 350 sub points, and they don't count gift subs and they don't count prime subs. So that's the problem, because there are a lot of primes and lots of gift subs. But it has to be like the normal tier 1, 2, or 3. That I need 350 of in order to maintain it. So, which train reported as regular? This train reported as regular by Twitch API. Oh, okay. Well, that sucks, isn't it? But it did notice that there was a. It did sort of pop up when the community started. So at least you're activating the train. Do you get the money from Prime subs as if they were regular? No. It's a Prime sub is always 350 for me, because I have Partner Plus status. But a normal sub is not 350 because they are localized. So in Switzerland, they're more. But in, I don't know, India, for example, it's a lot less. Or Turkey, for example, it's a lot less. So a normal sub is not consistent, but a prime sub is consistent in terms of sort of how much you get. But I've aggregated, it's just, hey, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Whether that's a $6 Swiss sub or it's a $1 Indian sub, I still appreciate it. But I absolutely, like, something I don't get. I can see the point of localized pricing for subs, but it makes no fucking sense for gift subs. Like, no sense at all. Like, gift subs should be gift subs. They should just cost the same. And that means you just give fewer gift subs if you're in a country with less buying power. Because it's yeah. I can sort of see, like, yeah, you want people to be sort of based on the cost of living and all that. And then the sub should be like, which is super fucking annoying. I know they changed it. It's for 5 Turkish sub. I don't know what a Turkish sub is, but I just know that with Turkish inflation, then it's probably like really, really cheap subs from Turkey. That's my my guess. But you know, I don't think gift subs should be discounted, because let's say some of the times when there's like a competition to win a hype train leader to get a named planet or something like that, and then one is sitting in Switzerland and buying subs at $7, and someone else is sitting in India and buying them at $1. So like, that's not really a fair thing to compare them apples to apples, because they're not. So to use it after the gift sub prime I fully go runs out, but before the prime runs out. Yeah. I appreciate it. Oh, and the train is sort of tapering off here with 60 seconds left and 8 subs to complete. Huh. Yeah. UK, the price must be set from London pricing. It's pretty prohibitive in the north. Is it? Yeah. I mean, London pricing. Yeah. Big city pricing. Yeah, that's also like, it's crazy how expensive big cities have become. It's sort of, it's something that I think it must be the same everywhere. But I just, my reference is Copenhagen, where like the people who work in Copenhagen just generally like ordinary people who work in Copenhagen can't afford to live in Copenhagen. I was like, that just doesn't make sense. Like, you work at a hospital as a nurse practitioner at a in a Copenhagen hospital, but you have to commute an hour to get there because you can't afford to live in the city. Like, hurt opinions. Hurt opinions. Well, you can hear all sorts of opinions. That's there are always opinions, but yeah, and basically like an apartment in Copenhagen is so expensive now that yeah, it's an investment, and you don't get new people in on the market. The only way you get it is if rich parents and buying them for their kids. That's the only way that young people get into the market, which is not really ideal, to say the least. But I don't know. It is what it is. Well, in London, 2 hours by car in London to the center, 20 minutes for Rotterdam. Yeah, but Rotterdam, would you? Well, yeah, I've driven to Rotterdam. I've done that too. Lots of people commute in from surrounding areas because it's cheaper to live. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the case for all big cities. And I would imagine that it's worse in countries that have a larger disparity between rich and poor. Like Denmark and Scandinavian countries generally have, what is it called? They called it something index. Like there's a graph for the distance between the rich and poor in a country, and Denmark generally scores really low, as in there's a low difference between the richest and the poorest, and US is probably about the worst that you can get. Like the Gini index, yes, the Gini index. I know. See, I always have like these things where like I know there's a word for it, but is it the Peter principle or is it the something like these? Like they all have like a name. The Gini index, yes, it's yeah. And then I would guess like that also compresses the price of apartments. Yeah, Pareto principle, but that's nothing to do with that. So this is also like an interesting thing. What I've noticed in corporate life was with the Pareto principle is that it is just kind of quoted as truth, and it is not. It's kind of an observation that sometimes, but then it becomes like you can just go like, look, this project, it's all about finding the 20% effort to get the 80% output, and then people go, yeah. It's like as if that's feasible. It might be, but it sure as hell isn't always like, oh, you can just do 20% of the work and get 80% of the value. No, you can't always do that, but you can always just sort of find some kind of truism, like, like the 80-20 rule. So we're just gonna find the 20% that gives us the 80% value. So we only have to put in 80% work. Like, what? Ukraine is much worse. Interesting. Isn't bad nearly as bad as it gets in wealth disparity? Is US not the worst in the wealth disparity? I can't imagine that it wouldn't be the worst. Like I would only maybe like think like Saudi Arabia could be worse, because I kind of think like 9 of the 10 richest people are Americans, and they own more. Like what is it, like 4 people that own more than 60% of Americans? The 4 richest Americans own more than 60% of the rest of the Americans. Like, that seems like a little bit skewed here. But, you know, what do I know? That just doesn't seem great. Common speaker reminded me of study last week. Employees who are impressed by vague corporate speak like synergistic leadership or growth hacking paradigm may struggle with practical decision making. A new Cornell study videos. Maybe. It just becomes like, yeah, playing corporate bullshit. I love it when you play corporate bullshit, but you try to get it a funny acronym out of it. So at least it could be like, it's always good if you can like get some kind of thing that spells out penis or something. That's always like, that's a good laugh if you can do that. So minimum wage to average wage. The closer they are together, the worse it is. Yeah. No, I don't agree. That doesn't, no. If you compare the minimum wage, which even is a weird concept, because what about the people who don't make minimum wage, and that minimum wage is set by state and not by federal, and it would be much more valuable to compare it to the median wage and not the average wage, because the average wage is skewed way higher thanks to trillionaires, while the median is not. I think. Or maybe that's actually the other way around, in terms of it is the average. No, because the average... Yeah. Yeah, slavery is infinite. Yeah. Median is most common. Yes, exactly. Right. No, it's not the most common. The median is the half the population that less than half the population is more. Because median, if there's a lot of people who have zero income, that doesn't become the median. Potentially have a very high minimum and small distribution, so you would still have a minimum close to the average. Yeah, I mean, be just slightly above minimum wage. Yeah. But still, the 1% still makes a lot of money, and it skews very heavily when you use average. Because that's also like when some of the discussions on the Danish Reddit where it's like looking at the average salary in Denmark, that's really high. And then people go like, what the hell? I don't make that. It's like, no, you don't. Because most people don't make the average salary. That's the thing. Like, the average salary is skewed way higher than the average. Because the average person does not make average salary. So, because it is skewed way more up than down because there's no upper limit to how much money you have, but there is certainly a lower limit. You cannot make less than 0. Yeah, trillionaires don't take a salary. That's also another part of it. Like, wealth is mean, median, and mode. Ah, yes, I get it. Messed up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's up to for the top earners. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's I just noticed that when you look at the average salary in Denmark, it's close to, I think it's 47,000 Danish kroner, which is like, you are not gonna find anyone who works in as a nurse or a teacher or a policeman or firefighter or like normal professional jobs. No one is gonna make that. Only managers and engineers and developers like will make that. And it was like, well, but the average person is someone who is like, what is it called? A trained professional. So yeah, feels like 30% more buying power than when living in London. Yes, that's the problem. But this is the thing. Like, I remember also we have this conversation here in Denmark. Like, you can go like, oh, an apartment in Copenhagen like costs, I don't know, 8-10 million Danish kroner. But then you can get a really nice farmhouse in Lolland. It's so funny. They literally named it LOL Land. That's how funny it is. But it's the middle of nowhere in a context of a small country. And then you can get like a big villa for a 1 million. And people go like, yeah, but I don't fucking want to live there. Well, Middelfart. Yeah, Middelfart is a good name. But that's actually in a relatively popular area. But that's the thing. I think it's also one of those things where, because the country of Denmark is so small, then far away just becomes a relative thing. Because some years ago, I was looking at buying a retreat, a retreat center. So, and it was really cheap, like 200,000 euro or something, like for an old sort of school that could have like 60, 70 people, like amazing, and really big countryside as well, like ridiculously cheap. And it was like, oh, but it's so far away. It's like an hour from Copenhagen. And then I was thinking like, hold on a minute, like an hour from downtown Copenhagen with public transport, that's in other countries that would be like literally a suburb, right? So just because it's a small country, then things feel so far away when it's an hour away, because it's like a proportional to the whole country. Well, you can also sort of, when you talk to people in Canada or US, where it's like, oh, we just went skiing, and I go like, where the hell did you went skiing? Like, oh, we just drove 8 hours and then we skied and then we went back. And like, sure, you could also do that in Denmark. You just drive 8 hours to Sweden and go skiing, but you'd never think of doing that. Four hours to get to the airport, visited family in England, and they're like, getting to the north is a 4-hour drive, so take a lot of breaks. Exactly, that's exactly it, right? Because big country, big distances, you just get used to it. Like, yeah, it's gonna take 4 hours to get somewhere. Well, in a small country like in Denmark, you can't really drive 4 hours. You can drive 4 hours from here, and then you're in the northern part of Jutland, and then you wouldn't be able to drive 5 hours without running out of country in Denmark. I think that's probably pretty accurate, as long as you take the motorways. But that's like the idea that you can't drive for 5 hours. I remember, like, random aside, there was like a football game, and then some Danish fan ran on the court, and then UEFA gave them like the penalty. I was like, you can't have any audience for spectators for the next X Games within 300 kilometers of this place. And I was like, you do know 300 kilometers circle around Copenhagen is just like, there's nothing Denmark left. Do you have to play it in Greenland? There was literally nowhere that wasn't within 300 kilometers. To cross Greenland. Denmark is huge. Yeah, Greenland is not Denmark. So it's only slightly more Denmark than Canada is England, which is not much. It's part of the Commonwealth, and not much else. It's a little bit more, but not a lot more. You could drive in circles, sure. But do you live on the peninsula or the islands? I live close to Copenhagen. Not in Copenhagen, but close to Copenhagen. So, superimposed European countries over Canada. Some of them fit in our lakes. Yes, I mean, it's a big country, but there's no one there in any like the northern 3/4. No one lives there. Yeah, that's a good sign. Well, you can also say China's pretty big, but it only was one time zone. Oh, how's the BMW? Still happy with it? Oh, Gareth, you just walked into a trap. Oh, you activated my trap card. I love it. So I always love the petrol heads when they go like, well, you don't have electricity if the windmills, if the wind is not blowing, you don't have electricity from the windmills. If the sun is not shining, you don't have the sun from your solar power. It's so unreliable. And now I can say, well, if the strait ain't Hormuzing, you don't get oil, do you? So I'm pretty happy about my my electric car these days, because holy shit, that's cheap. That is so cheap. So yep. So if the Strait ain't homusing, then no oil. It's a recurring thing. Gareth has been around for a long time, and there's probably just to get off big oil and their PS. Yeah, I mean, for $4 gallon for gas these days, I don't know if that's a lot. It doesn't sound like much, but I mean, I guess for Texas, I don't know. I don't know what a gallon is. I don't know. It's was less than 3 months ago. Yeah, I have no idea. But I know that I switched. 230 last, 250 last. I switched to electric, and I kind of got a sense that it got cheaper, but I don't really bother doing these kind of calculations. But my parents, they recently switched, and they said that because my dad does like meticulous Excel sheets of these kind of things, and he said that their direct transportation cost has been reduced by 2/3, going from a gasoline car to, it's granted it's a 10-year-old gasoline car to a brand new Volkswagen ID4, reduced the cost of fuel by 2/3, and then on top of that, the taxes are a lot lower as well. There's a US gallon and a UK imperial gallon. Denmark is considering nuclear power again. No, it's not really. That happens. EVs are going to be fine. They're not considering it. Not seriously. That ship has unfortunately sailed long ago, which is super sad. But there's no way that Denmark is going to start doing nuclear power. It doesn't make sense. Like, it would make sense for Sweden to do nuclear power and for Germany to make nuclear power, and then Denmark could sort of be like, we have wind power, and then sort of use the nuclear powers for regulations and stuff. Like, it's fine, but it doesn't make sense. A country like Denmark should not have a nuclear power plant. It's just, it doesn't make sense. It's too small of a country, and it's too big of a technological investment. Plus, Denmark is like, even if there was like a public sentiment, then it would be like, yeah, but not in my backyard. I'd love it, but not in my backyard. And then everyone would say that, and then it would be like, oh, well, it can't be anywhere. It can only be like somewhere where it's not needed, because you kind of need it somewhere close-ish to where the power is being consumed. And everyone will just be like, no, think of the frogs. There are rare frogs in this area. You can't build a nuclear power plant. They're not going to survive. And then the frogs will win. Yeah. Government tax on oil, but implemented a charge per kilometer, so nothing really changed. But electric, of course, were cheaper here. Yeah. Yeah, nuclear power is really good. It is. Do you want to make the nuclear power anytime soon? Just took bureaucracy involved. It took 10 to 15 to 20 years. Yeah, I know, but it's still sad because maybe the whole idea of like, why would we want nuclear power? We can just buy cheap LNG from Russia. What could possibly go wrong? Thank you, Merkel. Thank you for tying the industrial engine of Europe to Russia. Yeah, thank you for that. We are so happy. Yeah, so probably would be nice with a few nuclear power plants. At least France has the good sense to keep them. That worked out great. Yeah, that did not backfire at all. Nope. Yeah, so that's. So anyway, let's jump in and see what Navis has. Maybe some nuclear power plants for us. That would be lovely. Whoop. I do like our Sunday rant here. That was before Merkel. Schröder was to blame for that. Really? Even further back. Oh, I am. You can't see it, but I am holding the middle mouse and just dragging to get the camera to go in a isometric view, but it doesn't work in Factorio. Man, it is so hard to look at from top down. Damn. Happy with theirs, either two that are in restricted operation due to security concerns and maintenance issue. Yeah. Rather be on the hook with French nuclear than Russian oil. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is so funny. Like, after playing some other games with, then the top-down view of Factorio just really... every time I play some other games like Shapes 2, for example, or Captain of Industry, it just looks so dated. Like, why is it top-down? It's not even true top-down. It's sort of top-down and then splattered a bit on the side. It's so weird. It's such a weird perspective that they chose. But, you know, once they chose that 10 years or 15 years ago, there's not really anywhere to revert it. So I kind of stuck with it. What? Offering. Oh, that's a long time since. That works. Artbog, thank you for the $60 donation. I don't use subs or bits, but here is for the worth of Twitch subs. Thank you. I mean, it is a little bit late, but Patreon is also an option. That's almost as good as that. But thank you so much. That is very generous of you. What did we do last time? Boop, boop, boop. Oh yeah, we were converting this, the copper build, and the steel build. Oh, this is the default one. Hello from the West Coast of the United States. This is the first time I see you live, but me and my friend are using the base of the book to learn the game. Awesome, welcome, and good morning. Well, that is a nice setup to learn the game. Oh, this is... I felt that we ended up having this, and I wasn't really happy. Oh, that's why I wasn't happy about it. It generates 850, and I'm just only using that, so it's way overscaled. Since originally we made a big push towards nuclear years ago, but since then we kind of hesitated and lost a lot of our know-how. Yeah, that's also another part of having like advanced technologies, is that you gotta keep them maintained and keep the knowledge. If you want like energy independence, you also have to have independence in terms of continued development and maintenance and all that stuff, which is also a cost. I think it's also something that I don't think 10 years ago anyone was thinking. Well, some were, the Hawks, but normal people weren't really thinking of something like, oh, Denmark as a country should be able to feed itself. That seems like the most basic thing for any country, to be able to feed its own population. And probably also maintain its own sort of heavy industries, even if they're not profitable and it would be cheaper to have them in China, then it might be a good idea to retain some kind of both talent and production capabilities locally in your country. You know, that might be nice to have. Only 10 more years until fusion works. I thought it was always 30 years in the future. I thought it was always 30 years away. Instead, there are solar panels over farmland. Yeah, that I understand, but I think that it might be like a ecological freaky idea, but the idea of just like parking lots should never be like open roofed. If you want a parking lot, you plaster solar panels on top of it. Like, that would just be... It's also nice to park in the shade, but it might just like, there might be some financials that just don't work out. But parking lots should have solar panels, not green fields. They should not be covered in solar panels. That's a little bit of a shame. Like, good productive farmland should not be covered in solar panels. So, what's the function of the bottom beacon? Make things go faster. That's what beacons generally do. Now it doesn't go as fast. Now it goes faster. That's how beacons work. Sorry, couldn't help. I want to have the legendary version output 2 full belts. This one is like the basic version, which is just making 1 full belt out. And this is something we can build after we go to Fulgora, before we go to Gleba. Then we can build this. So this one is fine, but if I do this, it's no longer fine. That's why it's part of it. And then I was basically sort of designing for this, and then saying, okay, what would it be like if I scaled it up to legendary? Then, yeah, okay, so it's way overscaled. This one by itself would actually, it's not 2 full belts, but it's close. I think this is nicer because then I can actually do the same thing up here. And the only difference is how many belts are bound. The US spent the last 50 years closing all of the post-manufacturing and sending it overseas. Yeah. Or parking lots will never happen in the US because of it. I mean, I wasn't talking about... I am not so naive to think that that US is ready for environmentally friendly solutions to anything. That will take a while before that's back on the menu. So, but solar power just is incredibly effective, like and cheap. It gets cheaper and cheaper, and better. So it's really. The funny thing is, like, clean coal. It's like, I think isn't it also in one of the mods? I think it's in Angels mods where you also have clean coal. And it's like, because clean coal is a thing, but it's not clean. It's just a brand. It's just a brand. It's not clean at all. Do I like it? Do I not like it? The thing is, like, I only have like 2 lanes out here, or need to have 2 lanes out. So we can get this one. So do we like this, or do we want to make it better? Because I only need 2 lanes of green circuits out of this lane, because that's all I can actually deal with. So it's coming out as, in the beginning it's coming out, when we do this upgrade, we're going to be upgrading all of the belts here to green. So it'll be running at 60. That should be our measure. And then when it goes legendary, it's going to be 240 on each belt. Yeah. This one I don't really know if I want to update. It's just sucks in every way. But we definitely want this part upgraded. So let's start by killing this and figuring out what we can do for reds. The reds are actually getting the green inbound. But that might not actually be... Well, I kind of have to, because... Yeah. I kind of have to. That's probably not gonna work. Always be some partials somewhere. Never mind. Okay, so here. I totally forgot about the station loaders. Station loaders? Station loaders? Ooh. Yeah, so if we build the basic one. I really like loaders in Factorio. I think that's a flat out mistake that they ditched the loaders. So now I can assume that I get 60 of this in, 30 of each of these, and only 30 of that as well. Okay. Be interesting if we could sort of build something along the same lines here. Oh, that's not a good place. Has to be here. Here? Just really low quantities. How do we even get this higher? Do we have a new... Yes, there's just a specs command. Then that gets a link to that. There we go. And I think it's updated. It's a fairly decent PC. I don't think it doesn't need any upgrades right now. I feel. Luckily. How the hell did we get this to be some decent numbers? Same SSD this morning. Okay. I need some kind of repeatable pattern. The fact that this is sort of... That's almost 10. That must be something, right? And then... It's just gonna be this one. But what about you? This has to be... Has to output directly. Even though I'm not gonna do that right now. Then it has to output directly. Yeah. I can't output with a long-handed inserter, so it has to be outputting with this. Which means that if I copy it, then... And that means This has to go out on the outside. But each of these are really not using much, so I think I can... Like, even if it's something like this, it really shouldn't be a problem. For example, right? It doesn't feel good, but it might be fine. Did you guys see the speed go? I don't know who that is, and I don't know what speed go is, so no. Did not notice that particular. This is probably not completely awful. Is it keeping up? Yes, it's still keeping up, and we get 23 per second. It's not completely awful. And since I only have one, then this one will actually fit perfectly if I can fit 3 of these in. No, I cannot. What? Yeah, it's 2 of these builds, I guess. Topic power generator. Toyota recently invented a supercritical CO2 engine turbine generator that is 20 times more compact than steam turbine at the same power and more efficient because the fluid doesn't need to change phase. Well, I mean, sounds good, but as always with these kind of things, that's like the same with this battery. What was it called? A loop or something like that, which was also like a little bit too good to be true. It didn't sound like a battery. It sounded like a capacitor, but capacitors don't have that kind of energy density. What was that called? I think it was called like something like loop or something. It was something with a circle because you'd like, oh, it's a battery that can charge instantly at any rate and instantly discharge and thousands of times with no degradation. It can be shaped to whatever shape you want. It like, hold on, just don't. Oh, and it's cheap and doesn't use lithium or any rare materials. Like, that's a little bit too many things you check off the list. A working prototype, yeah. I mean, it would be nice. Can you fit 3? No, because I want to use the same belts. That's the whole point. Yeah, at some point you're waiting where the catch is. Yeah, the catch is when you start investing and then it goes like, oh, it's Theranos. It's just another scam front. So yeah, good luck with that. I think this is nice. It doesn't quite get us all the stuff we want because I'd like to get up to 60, but on the other hand, like it's using something. This is about as good as we can get it for this level. What gets interesting is, what would it look like if it was legendary? So we're going to be updating one of them to Legendary stages. That's certainly a number. It's fucking brilliant. God damn, this is brilliant. Are we likely to see a playthrough anytime soon? Yes. When 2.1 hits, then there will be a playthrough. It is indeed a reasonable number. It's also just, this is less than a full belt and I get 2 half belts in. So technically that could be a thing. And the green circuits, yeah, sure, that's... Sure, I mean, it'll certainly be enough. $6.5. It's certainly just stamp it down and upgrade it and don't worry about anything anymore. These are absolutely not going to be stack inserters. That would be awful. That would just break. But obviously the output can be and should be good. That's nice. I'm still stuck using base in the book. Every time I start a new run, I end up using the blueprint book. Well, I mean, use the ones for my masterclass. They're way better. And they're updated. And they have the new blueprint, the new design. So this base is basically based in a book, but it's a quarter of the size and does pretty much the same thing. Oh, yeah, what I meant. Oh, okay. So you are using this. I mean, you're saying every time you start. How often do you restart? Because I haven't felt the need for it. So I remember watching you play Factorio. Yes, from my hotel room while for a work conference around 2019. 7 years later, you had another conference and you're still playing Factorio. Yeah. There are some things that, like, and I could be the same thing. I mean, and you're still going to conferences. Haven't you learned the stuff from that conference yet? Why are you still going there? It is, I like it. But a lot of things have changed over the 7 years, if you think like 7 years ago. Thank you, I Fold to Go.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
The 5050 was honestly a renaissance for your builds and creativity. So much more compact and sleek overall. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Anthony. You're speaking at the conference. 7 years ago you were attending, now you're speaking. Yes. Nice. Hope it goes well. Yeah, so 7 years ago, I was a full-time content creator, but at that point, I was only doing Factorio because that was like my stick. Now I play it once a week, and it's not really it's honestly not the most popular thing I do. I tried this game a long time ago, and at that point, the item would fall off the end of the conveyor belt. And I was like, nope, there's nothing in research 5+ hours. I don't think that must be on a mod, because that was never that in the 10 years that I have played Factorio, that was never the case. I started playing just when 0.13 came out. On your space masterclass, where you fix the old base in the book to work with masterclasses. Unless I'm crazy, you skip red circuits. Do those just stay mostly the same? Your space master, where you fix the old base in the book to work with masterclasses. To space age. That's the stuff. That's the base we're just looking at. I built red circuits the way I built it right before we deleted it, which means that I built it with just blue assemblers, and then I just leave it there, because by the time we we have enough to launch the first rockets. Once we launch the first rockets, I don't need Novice anymore. But this is what I'm saying now. It's like, well, kind of. Let's just go back at some point during our process and just stamp down some better modules here. And then be like, yep, done. And then knowing that they can also be upgraded to legendary status. So. Alright, for 13. Use a fall to connect if the belt ended abruptly. The devs later adjust this, making it so belts don't dump items. Yeah, but not in 0.13. Yeah, about 2013. Yeah, okay. 0.2 or 0.4 versions. Yeah, I didn't play those. That is definitely before my time. Back then, I was deeply embroiled in corporate Korea. But I love the fact that now I get a little bit when someone says 7 years ago I was doing the same thing. I know it's not meant as a it was meant as a compliment. It was not. I don't know what it was meant as, but I don't take offense from it, at least. But the point is that I get a little bit sort of emotional, nostalgic, I guess. Um, so when I started full time, that was also the time when I started on Twitch. Streamed on YouTube before, and then I moved to Twitch. I gave myself 1 year to make it or break it, right? Give it 100% for 1 year, and if it doesn't work out, get a real job. And clearly, I'm still here, so it did work out. So that was nice. But once I had sort of done that for 2 years, then I was like, okay, now it's not about sort of surviving. It's more about making sure that there is a life beyond Factorio. And that was really difficult because I was really a one-trick pony with everything Factorio oriented, and it was really difficult to break out. And I really loved Darkest Dungeon, and it didn't work. And I really loved XCOM, and it didn't work. I couldn't play other games. Did some Darkest Fridays back on YouTube, and it was just like 22 viewers, that kind of thing, and that's not really sustainable. So it was only I mean, when Satisfactory came out, holy shit, I knew it. It was like, yes, there are now two games of this genre, two great games. Hello, Mr. Mini. Yeah, I remember that time. You do indeed. Been around for a long time. And a good time. So that was when I tried to sort of branch out. And I still can't play any game I want. I mean, I can, but I can't. I can't play any game successfully. So if I want to play, I don't know, Monster Train, which I like, it's a good game, or Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a better example because I'm fairly decent at it, but no one comes here to, well, not a lot of people come here to watch me play Elden Ring, um, and therefore it's I'm still not sort of a true variety streamer, but I also don't think I want to be a true variety streamer because I think that the weakness of a variety streamer is that what you win in breadth, you lose in depth. And my strength is definitely in the depth part. It is way better for YouTube content to do, hey, look at this new cool game. Oh my god, click, 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 click. And if it really is a good game, then you play 2 episodes and then you probably put like 5 hours into this game and you move on to the next. That is best for YouTube because if you Google the game and you see someone reviewing it and maybe you know that person, boom. Like Splattercat Gaming, good example of someone who just plays indie games all day. No depth, all breadth. Works perfectly. Super amazing. But that's not my style. And it's not for me. And therefore, yeah. So if I have too much breadth in what the games I play, then I lose the depth of being good at a specific type of game. So therefore, games that have sort of the same basic premise of logistics and factories and factory designs and optimizations, yep, those are my kind of games. And therefore, Factorio, obviously, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere Program, Captain of Industry, Shapes 2 now, And yes, there would, and then to a lesser extent, Foundry as well. I also think Foundry is a fun game. It's the voxel graphics that kind of put me off a little bit, which is interesting because it doesn't put me off at all in Timberborn. So, do you have any idea about 2.1? No, not at all. Though, of course, I'm just like always looking for the next big Factory game, and I'm so eager to. Oh, a new Factory game is announced, and nope, not it. And then there are some games that, like, for example, I think Alchemy Factory was super fun. It's just not. It's not going to be a Factorio where you spend thousands of hours in, but it's a fun game and it has a lot more depth than it seems. So that was really engaging. So in point 14, think I found your channel with the point 15 Vanilla Done Right series. Yes, the funny thing about the Vanilla Done Right, I was doing that right after doing the collaboration with Catherine of Sky. Rest in peace. And that is right after that. And I was asking, like, is Vanilla Done Right? Is that does that make sense? And she was like, yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay. And then I remember it was the first day of the summer vacation. I just took the weekend off and I just recorded 26 episodes over the weekend. And it was absolutely, and it was like, I just started uploading it and I had no idea that that would be sort of my, I don't know, piece de resistance. I don't know what you'd call it. What do you, my main thing? Like, sure. $700,000 views for the first one of that in 2017. Damn. It's my old logo. It's so cool. I love it. I love these trips down memory lane. It's always a good time. Date. There. Greetings, Shihan. I've been looking at you for a very long time. Ooh. Okay. Yes, Catherine of Sky passed away a couple of weeks ago. No, a week ago actually. It's no longer than that. Yes, after long illness. And I got to know her a little bit better than most. At least most, sort of, not just from as a creator. Yeah, she was great. Absolutely. Absolutely. And another thing that I would also say is that she actually helped me a lot. Like, obviously when we were doing the collaboration, she was the big shot and I was the new one. So I had more to gain from the collaboration than she did. And she still did it. And there's like a lot of things like discussing about like thumbnails and like the styling and stuff like that. And because I was pretty new and she'd been doing it for a while, so there's a lot of stuff to sort of go into. But the thing is, like, her motto was "It's fine," or something with the fuzzy cats. But "It's fine" is just the epitome of not what I do when I design. So obviously, us playing together was definitely had some issues because "it's fine, moving on" is just not how I deal with designs. So it just became sort of, yeah, it didn't really have the longevity. There being some conflict. Yeah, I think it was just that we were sort of, after the honeymoon phase of, hey, everything is new and exciting. Then it goes like, okay, I actually really want to build this way. I was like, yeah, she wants to build this way. I'm like,
A new subscriber.
Like, just
Steel yourself.
taking the sacred path and
We are
just plopping a
building
machine
an
down to
army.
just get some extra engines. I was like, I can't do that. It's not gonna work. Thank you, Foldigo, for another gift up. And that's just something where gotta learn that you can't work together like that. And I would say that it is 95% me, maybe 98, because uh, I also know that my partner is also a rigger, so jumping into rope and shibari, and we've tried tying together, tying a third person. It does not work. It just doesn't work. I cannot accept the way that she's tying, and she's really good, but I don't like the way she ties, and and then it becomes like, mm, should I? Should I fix it? Should I? And so now when we play three, then it's I'm the rigger. We have a model. She's in between. She's submissive to me and dominant to the model. Much better, but only I get to tie the ropes because that's what works. So I would say it's probably me. Maybe 98. Yes, maybe 98. This will also have way too much productivity. Yeah, let's look at consumption speed here. This would come in at 60, so we just need to consume 60. It can't come in at more than 60 anyway in the beginning. So, yeah, so I do know, and this I think it's one of my strengths as well. This is why I sort of keep hammering away at designs, and that's why the designs look so good, because it's not just, this is fine and move on. Yeah. You gotta work to your strength, and I think that's one of my strengths. It's definitely also a weakness, but in this context, it's embrace it as a strength. 16, so... Just 8. Apache game, my dad, when I visit, sometimes it's usual reminders for steps he forgot. Sometimes I'm playing through him so much that he needs a whiskey break. Ah, yes. And that's the thing, right? It's gotta figure out if what your style is and what you want to do. Yeah. I don't think this is a good idea for density's sake. No. Tying the rope together and ends with tying the knot together. What? I need this to be 60. Is there a point in going with quality before unlocking legendary and such? Yes. There's definitely an advantage. I think that 5 qualities are too much. That's why I only use, with very few exceptions, I only use normal quality, rare quality, and legendary quality. I don't like uncommon, and I don't like epic. Because by the time you get epic, the thing is, you get epic at Gleba. So, you know, that's the last place you go, last of the inner planets. So at that point, it's like, okay, now I can get epic, but up to that point, as soon as you unlock quality, you get unlock rare quality. So let's focus on getting rare quality. When you then get epic, am I gonna change all my builds, my designs? No. So I've done designs for rare quality, and then switch it up to legendary quality later on. So yes, it absolutely helps. Specifically places where you're space constrained, such as on space platforms or on Aquilo, for example. Those can be really handy to have something that just works better for the space you have available. When was your last Dyson series? Was it the Dark Fox series from 2 years ago? Yes, I have been looking for something to watch, and your series are always easy to follow since you explain everything so well. Thank you. Yes, my last Dyson Sphere program was 2 years ago when the last content was updated, and I'd love to play it again, but I don't think that it makes sense for me to dive into it again now, because I'd rather be waiting until there's more content to be added to the game. And once that's the case, then we'll jump in. Actually, then it's gonna be different. Too much. Yeah. 71, still too much. $63. Only product to 2 in the blue chip machines. Does it just math out better? No, because this is you only get no, that's not it. There we go. This is from Glebalicious. So I want this. Basically, I want to be able to come back after you go to Volcanus, Fulgora, come back, upgrade things, endure Gleba, go to Aquilo, and then after that you get quality. You come back and upgrade it to rare quality, and then you win the game. You start working on legendary, then you can upgrade it to legendary. So that's kind of how I do it. Otherwise I would sort of have to assume that you have already been to Gleba, and I don't think that's like. Yeah. Okay. What about now? Oh, perfect. That's actually even better. Okay. So this design, what if this was all legendary? It only goes out on one side because whatever. Then I would have to go. Funny. It's just a very advanced for something that only comes out on one side. This would be perfectly fine. And this one would be better suited to go in Q4. Okay, and let's upgrade and see what it does. $102. That's pretty good, but also a little bit unrealistic. It uses twice as much as we can even get away with. Oops. Yeah. So this is completely useless. Each one requires 65 and there's no way it can catch 65. Oh right, the reason why it's not outputting is because it's also should be. That would just help a little bit. Yeah. And then now we can see that it just doesn't have enough. Only like the first parts actually work. So this part here can be killed. And it'll still be over consuming a full belt. And then I can't get more than a full belt in here. That's just how it goes on this planet here. So I think it's okay. We'll take this back here. Smash. That did not actually do what I wanted. There. Ooh, Silver Cecil with 200 bits. Thank you and welcome. There you go. So this one is now back at no legendary components. Now the next one I want to do is actually this one, and I want to see. So this is producing 3.5. Even with 150% productivity, it's only 3.5 per second. Okay, but this one obviously has to disappear. Poof. And then we'll get this. So that's actually a foundry build. And we can't do this one. We have to do... What? Can you not even do that here? What? Oh no. I didn't think of that. I thought this one also had a normal recipe. No. That's pretty bad, to be honest. Two to the power of 5 months. So did you just sub because it didn't pop up anything? I know you hate the idea. I don't hate the idea. It's just now I'm then bringing it up here for only that. I am already using calcite. That's not really the issue. This has nothing to do with the calcite. It's just I'd like it to not get this liquid on the bus. Because I don't really think it belongs. And I also don't have space for it. Which is also an important aspect. Like, I could say, that, oh, here, but nope. As soon as you get past this, then These 2 lanes are blocked. Like, everything on the bus is meticulously planned out. So just adding 2 more lanes just doesn't really cut it.
Welcome home.
Yeah, there's some things here that look good, but then this crowded right here. It's a 404. There we go. 32 months. Thank you. Yes, 10 to the power of 5. Oh, 2 to the power of 5. 10 to the power of 5 months subscription. I would love that. I am quietly just looking forward to someone having a 100-month subscription. That would be glorious. That would be glorious if we can make it there. So yeah, that's my main problem with this, is that I don't really see how I would do that. To be fair, the first thing you do, no. No. Very much no. Definitely not. Definitely not. Absolutely. Why? Why the fuck would you go? Like, you don't need Navis for anything. Once you get to Navis, the only thing it needs to do is just make stuff for your space platforms. Navis is a dead planet. Anything that you can build on Volcanus is better done on Volcanus than on Navis. So, you going back and making your Navis base better, don't fucking do it. It's worse. You need to deal with iron ore coming in and biters and all that shit. And on good old Volcanus, you just punch a hole through the ground and then you have infinite iron and copper and steel and yeah, so, and stone. So it's just worse in every way. So this thing is mainly just, it's so embarrassing to look at a build that is in the late game with blue assemblers making blue assemblers making green circuitry. Oh, that sucks. But then you send it to Volcans for proper upgrades. Yeah, for example. Yet productivity bonus for foundries for multi-stage LDS. Multi-stage? I don't know what multi-stage LDS is too good. You just build biters in uranium. That's the stuff that you build on Navis. Nothing else makes sense. And you only do biters in science. Not even producing science, just planning science. So I don't really like this, to be honest. Burying 12 science pack costs a lot of UPS. No. That's my argument. No, it does not. It really doesn't do that. Because you're... Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You skip all the shit you have to do on Navis. And you just go like, well, it's on Navis. Like, yeah, but you have to go find the iron deposit and the copper deposit. That one's up there and that one's over there. Then you have to build train stations. You have to clear the biters. You have to defend this place. You have to get the trains and get it in. And you need multiple. And you keep needing to more because they will run out even though you have productivity gains. And then it will be brought into some central location. All of this shit is just updates. It's just more entities, things that you need to keep alive. It's more map that's revealed. It's more biters that are active. All of that stuff. And then you need to bring it into a central location where you can then take your iron and your copper and your stone and your coal and your whatever else. And you put it together and you make a new science. And then what the fuck are you going to do with the science? You're going to put it on another train and then drive it all the way across the map to your science facility. And then unload it there. Again, more UPS in order to just go like, haha, at least I didn't use the science. And it's much better. No, it's not much better. It's absolutely atrocious. It is so much better to just put shit into a rocket, because the thing is with the rocket is that on Volcanus you can build it anywhere you want, and it just goes up. So no trains, no unloading and loading and all that stuff. It's just right there where you want it. And it goes up. Then it doesn't even go on belts anywhere when it's up in space. So it's just a spaceship sailing across, dropping something on Navis, and then on Navis you just bring it out into in here. And robots, this amount of robots, it's not even that many robots. It's not, it's 4,000 robots. Like 4,000 active robots just to do 1,000,000 signs per minute. Yeah. Like, this is so trivial from an update perspective. The stuff that is not trivial from an update perspective is this shit. This is what kills any updates, and there's now no way of really getting around that. But as long as you don't do that, then I wanted to show you on Gleba here how how efficient this is. This is orange signs, 960. Purple signs, 960. And the thing is, like, it goes on here on a fully stacked belt. We know fully stacked belts are really UPS friendly. Goes out here, gets in, flies off. No getting in and merging and balancers for train stations or anything like that. Up here, military science, again, 960. It's just so simple built. So simple. I just have to answer my sister about the... She got to choose which day we have our Easter dinner at my parents', and then she chose it, and then I confirmed it, and I agree with my ex-wife, and I get the kids that day, and now she goes like, can it be another day? So yeah. I hate killing worms. I hate killing biters. They come back. Worms don't come back. You just kill them once and then that's it. It's so cool, but trains are trains and more cooler. Yeah, sure. You can do worse. This was my existing base, so it had a lot of inefficiencies, like all of this thing here, which really inefficient, and how like I have my legendary base here and my normal base, and that's a little bit, that's just what it is. And if I redesigned it, I would not do it this way. All of this design is completely idle. It's basically just these designs that I just placed out here. Those are the ones that are active, these ones, and then of course I also make legendaries here. And then we did a myriad of tests. So my point is that from a UPS perspective, moving things around on Navis is not great either. It's certainly not like a clear cut, this is the only way. And I'm building a 1,000,000 signs per minute that has been running for 10 hours of this, right? Where's the signs? Can't remember. I can't remember. Volcano's production, that's probably why I can't find signs. There we go. This is the build, and then we started sort of hitting it and then dropping off, and then there we go. 14 hours of stability. And this one is when I get a research upgrade for new research productivity. Then I can, then I get a little bit BIP, and then I remove a few of these here at the end so that it goes back to 1 million. Um, is that 4.5 million megabase? How is that getting Prometheum science? Because that's the stuff I don't get. This is half of my updates go to these ships. I don't know how that I would get that better. Because there's no I mean, I can do optimizations for this that would get maybe 10 or 20% better if I was really hardcore optimizing it. But I don't know how you would get that. And the thing is, like, if you have something that is so like, your updates just vanish out here in space, and then optimizing something else wouldn't really make sense. Every tick in the book won't save you more than one of these ships worth. Yeah, exactly. And this is why I don't think what level mining productivity enough enough to make it pretty trivial, and I'm not going to change it. 832 or 834 level mining productivity, which is pretty much what you need. But the 4.5 million science per minute megabase, I need to do research on it. Because I have seen other people make valiant claims about updates, about megabasing, and then it turns out that they don't do Prometheum and they don't do clever science. And we're like, well then, fuck you. You're just cheating. If you're not doing Prometheum, you're not doing a megabase for science. And then it's then I can just set up a editor extended and just invent numbers myself, because it's not the right measure. You have to do all science. This is the only thing that counts. It's the production on research productivity. This is research, yeah. But that's the why. So if someone has followed it, then please let me know how. Someone who's followed it, and I have the utmost respect for both SF Hobbit and Apognastis. The way that they address the game, it's technical to a level that I am not, which I really applaud. But it has to be. I see people just quoting numbers without like the context, and I'm just like, yeah, it's crazy shit with clocking. Like, my experience, my humble experience in this game is like, yes, you can do something. I remember also in vanilla where you could do something like, you could have all inserters sort of idle and then force swing it, and I converted 10,000 inserters so that they were all on a timer, and it was like minuscule difference. Like, wow, that made it was like, because theoretically you could keep them idle for longer, and it, yeah. So I'm curious how you would want to do it. Yeah, each chip gets its own CPU. I mean, it is multi-core, so. And the comment is 80% of the same. Exactly, that's the thing, right? And so there's always like these things, right? So if anyone follows these crazy megabases, then I am really curious about how you could get 4 million science per minute with Prometheum science. Until I've seen it, then I don't think that's possible. Because I just don't know how it would be. The best, no. But, okay, so what I was thinking was like, okay, so maybe the answer is that you actually harvest these and then you upgrade them to higher quality so that you can go back. But then the problem is like, no, then you just have to go further out into the field, and that means there's more higher density, which is what kills you. So I don't know how you could do Prometheum science. So yeah, so anyway, that's what I'm curious about, because I spent the majority of the time on this designs here, and I needed 3 of these spaceships to get us enough of it. And I suppose you could get 1 spaceship that is 3 times as big, and that would also probably do the same thing. But I don't know. Then this one can't really be faster than what I have here, so this is kind of what dictates the size of it. Okay, so Petrovic, you clearly have some follow them. So are they doing Prometheum science, and if so, how? That's just, well, not just research higher levels of science productivity. Yeah, that's also what I was, that was also my idea. The problem is that 1.5 giga, but it gets kind of a lot for 10%. So yes, you can, but even now it takes 5 hours and 40 minutes of real time, which at this update is like 11 hours of idle time before I would get plus 10%. Yeah, Gillian science, yes. I play 100 cost map and only have science pack per minute. Yeah. It's annoying. I need to figure this out, because I hear these things and I know one of them was skipping Prometheum, and then I'm like, then it doesn't fucking count. It has no value as being thrown around as being a mega base if you don't do all the science. Like, oh yeah, but I only chose to do red science. Like, well, that's pretty easy. Yeah. But I don't like the other ones. So you can't just choose which ones you don't do. You either have to do all of them, or it's not the same measure. So I need to check this. I really need to check it. It's annoying that no one just has a finite answer. I guess I don't really want to go looking on YouTube while I'm streaming, but it bothers me. Please don't autoplay. I'm just gonna get this there. Yeah, it's hard to know what's going on here without looking at it. Ha! I know that build. Yeah. I'm gonna have a look at this at another time. I was just getting curious to see what it was like. Just like how, even if you could run 60, it doesn't count if I load your base, make my game 2 XP, and say I made it 2 million. Yeah, exactly. And that's the part about like what is effective SPM. For me, I think the only thing that counts is this number up here, 0. Because that's the in-game thing. That's the one that actually tells us what is going on. And it's something that you can't really manipulate. So this is the game's engine. If you start sort of go like, well, actually, and it's like, this is also science production. Yeah, I don't know. So, but I don't know how, this like the effective, does that mean that if it's only running at 30 FPS, then you only, like if you run 1 million signs per minute base, but you run it at 30, does that only count as a 500 SPM because it's not only effective? Not IRL minutes. Yeah, it has to be in game minutes, exactly. And it has to run for 10 hours, in my opinion. It's easy to do something that spikes up and runs for an hour, but if you run it for 10 hours, then that's like, yeah, okay, you put the effort in, it's stable. 10 hours is a long time for it to continue to remain stable. So that's that's my benchmark of doing it. Exactly, it shouldn't be burning down buffers. If you build up buffer and then burn it, then it's easy. But if you're, that's why 10 hours, like a 10-hour buffer at 1 million, that would, you can't afford 50 million. Exactly. That's you can probably, but it gets impractical. Now this damn thing, I don't know what we're gonna do about. For 60 FPS. At 60 was when he says he's saying base can run work at 240, it means. But no. That's no. No. That's not it. That's not how it works. No. That is not how it works. If you didn't build it, you didn't build it. If you run the game 4 times as fast, then you can't just go like, well, I built 4 times as big. That's not how it works. But anyway, I'm gonna look into it, and then next week I'll probably have opinions whether I think, because the thing is, as a content creator, you have to make clickbait. You have to make something that's impressive, like, oh my god, look at this, and that's fine, and it's fair enough, and that's just the name of the game. That doesn't take away from the engineering part of it. I just want to make sure that we compare apples to apples, and it's way more detailed and way more technical than what I do, and I completely respect that. It's not their claim, it's people coming into my chat and go like, oh my god, someone has done something, and we're like, they are playing a different game. So I also saw someone like, oh, I made this much mega base. I'm like, and I was like, hold on, what? How are you building Quillo only items on the now? It's like, oh, it's because I use this mod that everything can be built everywhere. It's like, okay, well then it's completely irrelevant because you're just playing a modded game. So, yeah. Yeah, building it isn't much more of a challenge than copying an editor. Oh, I disagree with that. The way that I've designed it, yes, sure, I can build it next to each other and I cannot just stamp it down a bit more. But you still got to do it. You can't just have one entity and then scale it up a million times and go like, well, technically I could build it. Yeah, but you didn't. You didn't build it. You're now it's just a technical case of a hypothetical case. And I know that if you're more interested in the UPS optimization than playing the game, then you can just go like, well, I could just build 4 of these. And I'm like, then do it. Otherwise, it's just theoretical. So, A from the designer or the effort taken. It's just pointing out that they are moving the goalpost to suit their, not suit their. I don't think it's actually their narrative. I think it's other people who don't have enough knowledge that quote something that isn't actually what is being said. I think they are both very well aware of exactly the limitations of their base, and they have clearly specified that I count it this way. And I would say, that's fine, but then we're not comparing the same thing. We're not sort of, if you're doing some kind of build and then seeing how far you can squeeze it, how much you can multiply it with, and then go like, well, this is my theoretical maximum. I go, cool, but that's not a base that's operational. It's a MVP, and then imagining that it can scale up. So it's but the technical achievements are amazing anyway. And I also saw some videos about like using a railgun to destroy chests with. It's like, okay, that's a really odd use case, but I love it in a silly way. Yeah, so it's a proof of concept. It's not a functional working base. Every time I start a new game, I build different bot pack. Currently, 36 science packs and 24 planets. Okay, yeah, okay. But then it's not much of a challenge. With base that large, having 5k legendary implants in storage should be taken for granted. But just build it. Just build it then. I mean, if it's not a big deal, then just build it. That's the thing. Like, but you can't take a single machine and just extrapolate from that. I don't buy that as a measure of anything. It's a formality. Then do the formality. That's all I ask. Then do it, and then we can see it when it's done. But until it's done, it's vaporware. That's something you can tell to investors. But I would not invest in if I don't see it actually working. If I go like, well, here's a graph, and we are here, and then if I draw a straight line, there we go. It's a hockey stick. I'm like, yeah, but show it. Starts being the thing for large scale, and it might not even, because I also saw in my base that I built it so modular that I could just stamp it down and it would be doubling it. But I'm not. I feel really confident that that's not going to be a problem, like infinite updates potentially. But I still have to do it. I still have to find the space for it, put it down, clear the area, make sure that it works, link it up, figuring out if there's some interaction between now I have twice as many. What does that do to my spaceships when they come in? Should the spaceships also be twice as big because they need to transport so many, or should I have twice as many spaceships? You have to decide that. If I build something and then I say this can be doubled, okay, is it doubled in scale or is it doubled in number? Spaceships now have to transport twice as much in the same time. Do you have twice as many spaceships? That cost updates as well. Or do you have new spaceships that are twice as big? Are they going to be similarly fast? Like, all those things, you got to deal with it. You can't just be like, well, I extrapolated. I'm an engineer. I can extrapolate from a single observation in any direction I want. So, don't worry. It is not a problem. So, is this a good idea? Probably not. Remember, this is only to have the planet being self-sufficient. Yeah, I know. But I don't really know if I mind. Because again, what is the context of this? The context is that I have just gone to the other planets and Navis is just struggling with just keeping up with LDS just to launch some rockets. Okay, let's give it some more rockets to launch and then be fine. Okay, it's not going to work because these... Even if I could do this, which I can't because of this here, then I couldn't get it out on this belt here. So no, this is not working. Use longer turtles, then it doesn't stack. I want it to stack, and that's why. Which isn't a problem in the beginning, but it probably won't be a problem either, but since this is pretty miserable. It's 50% productivity I lose out. Yeah. I think the beacon issue can actually be fixed. No, it can only be fixed if I do this part. And then get everything sort of like this here. I know I've done this a million times, so why is it not working? Yeah, so this is how it can be done, but the part I dislike about this is the fact that I have to deal with these here. I can't, this cannot be stacked. Target speed module Mark 2? No. Speed module, you get that at Orange on Volcanus, so we do have speed module Mark 3 at this point. Because I'm saying you can come back after Volcanus, Volgora, before Gleba. That's when I want to do it. Draco Falcone! Oh, hey, we're back on ours. Yes, we are. Yeah, let's take a break. I mean, I know we will begrudge the fact that we don't have a how did that not get built? That we don't have the productivity bonus from the foundry. But I think that in order for this just to be enough to generate, okay, it's already too much. It's too much copper actually. Damn. Oh, there's also something weird about this. Oops. $90. Definitely take this out. This is not enough. Yeah, it's okay. Perfect. This is exactly one lane. Yeah. Why don't we make LDS in foundries? Didn't we just talk about this? That and that. That's why. Because I have no way of getting liquids in here. And then it would be changing the iron and copper builds just to make liquids on the bus. And then I have to remove something else from the bus in order to get it on the bus. Or sort of sneak it in somewhere else. Or bring it in with robots. And it's like all of that. Yeah, it's nice to get the 50% productivity. Sure, it really is. But, yeah. This is, after all, just to feed, to launch more rockets. So, all I want is this for this to be better. I don't want it to be perfect. It still sucks, and I don't like it, but I can't get anything else. So, To copper iron fluid bus. The reason, okay, wait, I'm gonna go through this again. The reason why I don't want to do this is because then you spent too much time on novice. This whole thing, okay, the premise of this is we built the minimum possible on novice in order to launch rockets consistently so we can go to Volcanus. We go to Volcanus, we start building there, we get science unlocked, we get foundries unlocked, we go to Fulgora, get the EM plants unlocked, and go, yes, now we need to go to Kleber. Ugh, I hate Kleber. Okay, but at this point we also have like 3 planets working, and then you go back and look at novice and go like, I still have unmodded or unmoduled blue assemblers making red circuits and yellow and blue circuits, and oh, this is pretty bad. Then my thought is, hey, here's some blueprints that you can just smash down onto the existing bus, and then you can move on with the game. If my answer is, okay, now you need to remove all the copper, the iron from the bus, all the copper from the bus, all the steel from the bus, and then every single one of these builds now have to build their own steel, their own gears, their own iron, their own copper, their own wire from, well, that's entirely new base. That means instead of coming back here, stamping down some nice blueprints that fit into the existing and deliver what is existing, and now it goes from maybe 20 per second to 60 per second. Woohoo! Then you would have to sort of build the entire new base, and that's no way in hell I'm gonna do that. So therefore, this is about using the existing infrastructure, running an upgrade planner, turning the belt screen, and then upgrading the builds individually here because they were sort of only on blue circuits. Then we leapfrog the blue assemblers, then we leapfrog the yellow/green assemblers and go into foundries, EM plants at the lowest level, and then we check that we can also sort of in the late game just roll over it with another upgrade planner and turns it legendary, and then you have a full saturated stack belts. That's the purpose. So that's why I'm not converting it to a liquid bus, because a liquid bus would be better, but it would also take 10 hours instead of 1 hour. Definitely not worth it. But then again, I'm also doing all the non-planet science on novice or the recent tutorial change. Sure, that's cool, but this is more of a masterclass, so I don't want to build something that's just inferior just because trains are cool. Yeah, we're gonna take a break, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. So again, the context of this is a quick update to Novice so that it works better, and then we can ignore it and go on with something else. So that's the context. That means a lot of things I don't want to touch, but some things we can touch. Like this one, I mean, we can always just roll an upgrade planner over it, but do I really care about upgrading it? Not really. This one, not really either. I mean, it's basically the circuits that are the main thing that can be upgraded. This one would also be nice, but I don't know if I can do a simple upgrade of this because this is so awful. Please move the pair of one red and green one tile towards the belt gap. Hmm? The pair of one red and one green circle, one tile toward the belt gap. Ah, right, this one. Okay, now I get it. Like this, so that it looks the same. Yes, agree. That's also how I usually do it. Yeah. There you go. More compact. Could this one be upgraded in a meaningful way? I mean, what does it actually do? It makes sulfuric acid. It makes sulfur. Why does it make sulfur? Explosives. I don't know. Blacksky, thank you for the 8 months.
Welcome home.
I'm just trying to... Yeah, Worm Kalamo. Yeah, but is it gonna happen here? I think this is mainly just to be safe back here. Or I don't know what it actually is the purpose of this. I think this is actually to clear biters on Novice, because we actually have to clear biters at Novice at some point. And in a normal game. Yeah. Ready to have before you go to volcanoes. Yes, I agree. And the rockets are actually really good at clearing biter nests. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out if this is worth updating. I don't think so. I think this is one of those where the easy update would be something like... Because this is productivity, 12% extra productivity, and speed is 1.3. So this makes it go a little bit faster. The big block of predator turrets blueprint to deal with baby demolishers and volcanoes. Oh yeah, you can also... 1 is for small ones, 2 is for medium, and 4 is for... 1 is for... 1 blueprint is for the small, 2 is for the medium, and 4 is for the big ones. You'd make it cold location. Oh no, I don't. I wouldn't. I don't think so, at least. Because then again, then I'd have to get coal in and then figure out how to get that. Well, this is something that already exists. Again, the point of this is minimum amount of change for the highest output. So it would be like, oh, delete this, stamp down the new blueprint, walk away. That's the stuff that I want. But if then it's like stamp it down, oh, and now we have to get a second line of coal on the bus. Yeah, that's not fun. And get it in here and then weave it in here. No, that's just not fun. So So that's the part is like, well, can I do anything to this one at minimum amount of effort, right? Just oil and water doesn't matter much. Yeah, it is true. And since I'm not going to be changing it to better quality immediately, then it's not really going to get much. So to make a full plastic belt, then crafting speed doesn't really help. It's crafting a full red belt, but when I want to upgrade it, I would also just at least upgrade all the belts. So now I need to actually have the output of this being a full belt of plastic. Oh, right, it's because there's plastic productivity here. 100% plastic productivity solves basically all of it. Huh, funny. And the annoying part about this design, which I don't like now, is that it can't be converted to stack inserters. This is going to be 60 outbound, and those 60 outbound will have to go into do any of this one, which is going to take 25 times 2. So plastic is going to be a problem. But this build is kind of just bad. And then the LDS would be another 15. 25 plus 25 plus 15. That's 65. That's not so bad, right? Anything else in these plastic? A little bit up here that's kind of relevant. Which is going to be idle almost all the time. And then there's that one. And these here. That's it. Okay, so, I mean... Plastic productivity is clever, so we don't have it if we don't want to. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, so... When we get this... Yeah. I think that the answer to this is that we simply just do this part here. And then divided by 2 because this is including the 100% plastic productivity. Not even, it's a little bit more than that. But this also means that it fixes itself as soon as we get some plastic productivity, which is something we will get. This will be as we'll come back here, we'll do some upgrade, and then we'll leave. And then the next thing that will happen is that we go to Kleber, or maybe we'll go after Kleber. That depends on your preference. Might also just go after Kleber, and then we don't have to use these Mark II. We can use Mark III instead. Yeah. But I think in general, this is pretty neat. I don't really think there's anything else we need to do here. Are you making enough petroleum? Yes, because I have infinite here, so that's easy. No, I'm not going to make enough petroleum in here. Probably not. But that's, again, upgrade. Destroyed a novice? That's crazy. Oh, you ate one of those. Okay. And this one has jammed because it's full, not full. This is weird, this one. I'm puzzled. Oh, it's because this is jammed. Ha! I was considering this, if this would be a problem. It was actually a problem. No, because this is... Okay. But now this doesn't do anything. It just kind of postpones it to something else. I think the only thing I can do is I can make sure that these don't grab more until this is actually empty. The problem is that it fills in with these here, and these are quite difficult to, when they get deleted, they delete into a lot of blues, and a lot of blues gives a lot of green circuits, and then this one keeps taking from here, so it should basically be just enable disable. Oh no. Shit, that sets filters. I can't get it into, when it's already set filter, I can't get any other signal in without it also disrupting. Then it would have to be something like this that... everything is never working for me. So anything is greater than 0, output it as anything. Why is it choosing that one? I don't understand this. I don't understand this this anything. If it was each, that would be fine. But output this as A. Then it summarizes everything. This is exactly what I want. Yes. So basically, if there's more than stuff in it, right? Then I could take... Don't know why I'm doing this, but whatever. So now I'm just highlighting that these two have stopped until they have deleted all that shit that's going on out here. That's red some needs to be deleted. This one has to be deleted. There's so much junk. Yeah. Yeah. Sure time. Yeah. It is ridiculous how fast it actually scales up. And you can see it's the blue circuits that get deleted now. So now that's the blue circuits that got deleted. Now it's the red circuits that get deleted. And then it starts deleting what? Some iron? Oh, and the green ones are deleted, yes. But now there's just a magical, insane amount of... Up the top inserters to it. The top inserters to it. No, just these two. It's just these two. Yeah, this will just prevent it from... Oh, see, now it's turned off. And so they are getting more stuff in here. Turn off, and then they grab stuff from the belt. Okay, so this actually looks like it's stabilizing it. Can take the green circuits to dedicated recyclers, so what? Why would that be better? I could build more of these recyclers, but it still could jam. So this way I'm just kind of keeping it something where it won't jam, and then I think this works fine. Could it be more? Yeah. But they are the two, as long as both of these are working all the time, then that's all we can do, right? But I mean, I don't have any green circuits. Like this one, there will never be green circuits on the belt. The green circuits can only occur if any of these are getting deleted. So I don't have green circuits that I can take out of control, or blue circuits for that matter, but I don't know why that would... It is basically the blue circuits and the modules themselves that are causing the issue here. I mean, as long as they're working full time, I can't really get it faster anyway. So... And this one just keeps working, and then it goes up, because something here broke down into multiple components. And it gets a little bit more in here. And if I look at this one, we should see the content of the... Yeah, like... This has been stocked for so long time that we probably also have a ton of stuff lying in some of these boxes, right? Well, no, not actually. Ah, here we go. Yeah, we do have a lot of crap that needs to be output out here, so it's not really gonna saturate or desaturate, I guess is better, to over any given time, because there's so much still waiting to be output on the belt. Is it fast enough for the belts? It's the fastest it can be. The only thing I could do to make it faster would be making another one of these designs over here. Which is, I mean, I'm not really... Maybe delete undo? Yeah, but this is also a matter of, can we recover even from the worst of cases? That's what we're really interested in. Like, for example, will this one gradually decrease? It looks like it. It was jammed before, but it's not jammed now. This is still jammed. And this is the issue, right? All the byte eggs have expired. So we're just having a lot of non-byte eggs that float around that needs to be deleted. But this one, I suppose, could also be copied over here. Nothing magical about it. Just deleting. This is a very much late game. The only thing that has interest for us is these ones. So anything else will just be trashed if needed. So there's still 3 items that we pick up, but oh, look at this. This is actually falling off the list now a little bit. Just curious about this. Okay, these are definitely decreasing, so there's that. Wow. All of this has to go into that one to get deleted first. Yep, or actually... Yeah, it has to go. All of these have to go in here. Okay, it's spinning. It's happy. Yeah, these are gradually decreasing. You're not, but eventually they will. Seems so wasteful. It absolutely is wasteful. Everything that has to do with making legendaries is extremely wasteful. Here we just put it on showcase to see how wasteful it is, but 2,500 legendary productivity modules is nice, and they are coming in at a pretty decent rate here. So yeah, I'm just a little bit curious whether we can. Like, there's still everything is being deleted, but sometimes they sort of go down with not having as many things filtered. Weird, interesting. And this here, are they getting empty? Nope, this is getting more full. I don't get it. You're full again, damn. And this one, is it emptying? I have no idea. Alternative is upcycling eggs alone. Yeah, that's also something we have, but it's... But then I would only upcycle them to the final stage. This has also been sort of idling for a long time, and I don't even know if realistic to recover from a situation like this. But it has to be. If it isn't, then this is not a viable build. I like this build. I like it. I want it to be viable. So I want to see it work. But there is a little bit of concern of how many here. Is this increasing faster than it's decreasing? Yeah. This would work for the other module types as well. Yes. But it's less relevant. Yeah. Not for efficiency, because that's 10 spoilage. Maybe that would work as well. It would just be higher quantity of crap running around. Unfortunately, we don't see anything here. This one goes up and down completely random because there's so much extra buffer waiting to be ejected onto the belt. Like this, for example. Like this. It's like it's getting worse. Yeah, it is kind of getting worse. What about this one? Yeah, it's getting worse. Yeah, so this one's stuck because this one is stuck, and this one's stuck because I can't really get anything out here. Guess not a lot if it's mostly recycled. It does take a lot inbound. Can't remember, but it's a lot. It's quite significant. We did look at it. We might see a surge and storm. Maybe not on that 10 minutes. Doesn't really say anything to me. This is producing as fast as it can. Outputting also into this one, which will never ever be empty. But look at how many normal ones we have. I don't know, this doesn't really do anything for me. I can't really read anything interesting out of this. Consumption of epics should be telling. Yeah, we're consuming less than we're producing. I don't know that tells us anything actually. I think it has run wild, so I will never be able to delete fast enough because these are just producing so ridiculously fast now that Look at all this. I'll never be able to produce it. That has to go in here, which goes in here. This one is working, it's happy, and it's fast, and all that stuff. But that, unfortunately, also just goes back here and feeds into more. Which means this one never gets empty. All the normal ones are, so it must be draining. I don't know. I can't really tell. I'm not sure I understand what I'm looking at, to be perfectly honest. I would think that it would clean out the belts, but it doesn't really clean out the belts if you look at it. Because there's so much extra stuff. Like the first buffer here that's hidden. And this takes forever to delete these things, right? Also some legendaries. Which will it's just waiting to be put out. And then on top of that, there's all of this here. Has to be completely empty. Isn't it just working 100% efficiency right now? Yeah, I guess so, because it doesn't have to be empty. It's just that if it wasn't working before and it's working now, that means that it must have made the room to work now. And since it doesn't jam again, that means that we should be getting progressively towards a better and better state. Because otherwise, if there was a surplus so that it would eventually jam, then it would have jammed. But it doesn't jam, so the longer it runs without jamming, either it's at perfect ratio, nothing ever is, or it's actually getting better. The problem for future and screw out, yeah, I know. That's another thing. Because at some point this one will just fill up and then it'll be like, yep, done, happy. But I would imagine that it's getting better, not because of the belt is still jammed. These ones, oh, this one's actually getting better now. But is this also getting better? Yeah, maybe. Because once this empties, it's still a long way off, but once this empties, then it will also sort of leave more space on the belt, which then something else can empty faster, and then it will sort of go progressively faster to empty, because this would also like to get more bonus empty space on the belt. From a jam state, so it seems to be working. Check back in the stream and see if it improves slightly. Yeah, I just really like watching this. This is like watching terraforming in captive industry. It has a certain charm to it. Oh, this one actually. Hey, look at that. It got empty. It's completely empty now. Nice. That means nothing. It means that there will be empty spots on the belt moving over, which will be a benefit to that one over here, which will be handy. This one still hasn't emptied all of it. I took a screenshot of our lava lamp, yes. And this one is also getting less, right? There's 533. Yeah. It is increasing, but the normal ones are decreasing. So right now it's because it's consuming the normal ones, and once that reaches 0, then it will start. No, the stuff that's in here, all of this has to be processed. So once this reaches 0, which it does, then it now gets started on the green ones, the uncommon quality. So now it'll burn through the uncommon ones while the normal ones slowly go up. Ah, here's another thing, right? Because now it works on the uncommon ones. That means this is going to build up, because none of these will really go back in here. Okay. It's still fine. It's getting better. I'm just kind of want to see. I can't find the cursor ones. This one's still the other side is also better. Here we are working on removing the normal quality. What about this one? Oh, the normal quality. Look at that. It's actually processing now. Now it gets started on the normal quality again. Nice. If the overproduction, it's just slowly. It is slowly draining. I just really like these kind of things where I'm like seeing things like this one's like, okay, so now it's burning down the normal tier 3s, and then while the other ones will slowly go up, and then it'll go over and take those down, and then the other ones go slowly up. So come on, you can empty it. I want to see it being emptied, because it's, I don't know, it's kind of one of those things, right? So I want this to just see that it gets all the way empty, which would be nice. But it would be like the last 200. What will the uncommon ones be at? They'll be at 200 then when it actually gets rid of the normal ones. And then by the time it gets rid of that, then the normal ones have grown back up to at least 150 or something. And you get some higher quality. It's interesting. Slow draining tells me that it's pretty close ratio of extra due to extra stuff production. Yeah, it is. Clear out, so the progress bar is logarithmic. Will it take exponentially longer to clear out? Why? I don't get that. And now it gets started on some of the other qualities. Now it gets rid of the green ones. Those should go down quickly, and then in the meantime the normal ones are skyrocketing. Well, skyrocketing, but it won't get to more than 150, I think. And then they get started on the normal ones again, which will go slowly down, but they are going down. And the other ones are not. Hey, look at that. It's almost done. I don't think it's... I think it's the same rate that it decreases by. This is basically empty now. Basically empty. So we can definitely say that it is able to complete this. Look at that. Empty. It was empty for a short one. Yay! Woohoo! Hooray! We can stop looking at this. Cool. 3 legendary trash cans. Yes, that's it gets there. But this also, it's getting better. 3.1 thousand of this. Okay, so I don't know what else I want to do on Novice as a sort of quick run by and fix things. I think that when we actually play a Let's Play, some other things will be more evident, like maybe we get overrun by biters, or maybe we'll need to do like new outposts. Outposts... How do we actually build an outpost? Like, do we even have an outpost built? Like, this is... We were looking at this, and this was a bad idea. I mean, it was a good idea, it just didn't work. Question is, what actually fixed it? Is it the inserters filters or the triple recycler? I think it's the combination. I think that is yes. And last pro, the Navis ended up literally only being used for actual science research and biter-based stuff production. And uranium. Okay, so I don't like this. Here. Man, I love when Factorio was at least partially a train game. I like that. Oh, this is a bad turn. Yeah. I think this is a better way of getting things inbound. Train is 1-for-1 blueprint where you put down the stacker. 2, 4, 6 and then Well, the 1.1 blueprint, yeah, it's old tracks, but it's also twice as big as city blocks. So none of those really apply here. But there is a point to thinking, like, could I actually have like 2 parallel tracks here? But then I wouldn't need this one, would I? I'd just do this. I don't think I can do that. Because this would also basically be loaded from either side here. Yeah, 3 sides balance. Yep. I don't know why I do this. It's been a while since I've been building train stations. Hey, this is one of those new things that it can do now, but it couldn't do before. Love new curves? I don't know. I understand it, but I don't know if I'm on the whole love angle yet. How do we do loading stations? Loading stations generally? Someone must have figured that out before. Loading stations. Okay, that's a pretty simple station. So we are gonna get this from some belts that are full of loveliness. There's always the part where we just bring stuff in like this and then... But I really dislike this one. I like this pattern better. But just... You get stuff inbound. So you worry with the interrupt system. Also made them basically obsolete. Yes. That is a a failure of design. That is a design failure. And I don't know if, in retrospect, of course, everything is obvious, but because at this point it would be easier to say, it's easy to say, yeah, of course it was going to be, it's going to be redundant because you are basically multiplying everything else with a factor of 5, 10, but you don't update this part. So of course it's not going to be as good. Like everything else relatively gets much better. Consistency. Yeah, biggest point with how relevant trains are. Yes, absolutely. And I don't think it's an easy fix. Just everyone says, oh, just quality affecting this. And I've also been saying that as well. But if this one was 2.5 times as big, would trains suddenly be useful? No. They wouldn't fundamentally be more useful. They'd be slightly less awful, sure, but it's not really a factor 2.5 that will make them competitive. It's the fact that what are they competing against? That. And that's just not a fair competition. Plus, this is available anywhere, while on Navis, you have to find this and then you have to get it in there, right? This is actually a neat little design for getting this in here. It usually wise in consumer focus as well. They really didn't know us enough to expect as many micmacs to go as far against the grain. Well, my take on that is that the base game was whatever we could do was allowed, and that was fine. But then they added some new systems for the space age, and then as we came up with clever solutions, it was a very heavy hand that steered us back to the intended way of playing. It is quite clear for me, whether that's true or not, but it's clear for me that Space Age is designed with a right way to play, while the base game is not designed in the same way. That's my feeling, at least. I really feel that, like, my best example of it is here. Why is this rocket capacity 25? It is 25 because in the week that I was there, everyone went like, oh shit, we need ammo. Or just build uranium ammo and send them up to the space station and then fly safely back and forth. And Kovarex was raging in the corner and just going like, that's not how you're supposed to build factories in space. And people were like, yeah, but whatever. I got Navis. It's much better ammo. I just make it there and just whatever. Like, no! How do we nerf it? And then next day, when we showed up, the rocket capacity for uranium rounds was reduced from 100 to 25. They're like, ha! Now you'll play it the way that I want you to play it. And I was like, it's those kind of things where, you know, the usual one of like, oh, you kind of only need to can only have one cargo pad on a planet because otherwise you can teleport things. Oops, yeah, okay. Force fit in, you can only have one. And then the other thing, like, oh, you built a cargo base. And I'm sure that at some point in their early internal phase you could do this. And then they realize, oh crap, now people will just make a long string so that everyone, it's just a one giant box that can reach everywhere. Like, okay, nerf that. So now you can only get in and out of of this box. And it was so all of these, all the fixes seem really heavy-handed on getting us to play the way that we're supposed to play. So we're not getting large chests. I don't think we will. Oh, hold on. We do have a large chest. It's beautiful. It looks like this. So that's, hey, Mr. Pava, thank you for the 43 months. So that's kind of what that's the vibe I get with Space. I'm not, I think amazing things about it, but it just seems like, here's a new cool feature. Ah, cool. Let's break it. Like, no, don't break it. Then we unbreak it. We put some clamps on, so whatever you try to do, you now can't do that, which means a lot of things are sort of, they're not as well integrated because they've been sort of patched up. Like this not working is definitely something that's just like, that's a patch, because that's kind of like an oops. Oh yeah, that would be unfortunate. Let's not do that. Mine the ore directly into wagons, then transfer it to trains via inserters. Yes. That is an option. Did they fix the space quality roulette ship? Yes, no. Nope, they have not. Nothing has been fixed. Which is, again, another thing that would also be like, we found a way to get around the tedium that is legendary. And then they might just come in and go, like, yeah, no, we want it to be tedious. And like, oh, well, that sounds fun. Instead of being like, that's so awesome, you found a way to make space roulette ships. Like, what a silly concept. Awesome. To give them credit, it's hard to balance stuff without the community abusing things. Just look at space casinos, because reprocessing was made to fix the issue of overflow of too many one type, but instead exclusively used for quality. Yeah. I mean, not exclusively, but almost. I also use them for the overflow. Yes, and none of us discovered that during those 5 days we were playing, because there was other things, but man, there were a lot of other broken things that were fixed. Which I'm really happy with, and I think there was some frustration, mainly from Kovarex, about like how abusive it was. It was, of course, Angelides who was in his team was leading the charge on finding new ways to break the game to win faster. Like building a 2 kilometer long ship where it just bumped into asteroids on the way, and then it would break, but it would break so slow that by the time it would eat up all the 2 kilometers of sort of, I don't know, scaffolding up front, you would have won the game. I was like, that's so awful. That's so awful. But good thing they nerfed that. So, yeah. Also with spaceships, like this part about the shadow that they cast, which is like, okay, so they cast a shadow, but why is it only this long? Because now you can still abuse it. Now it's just, sure, you don't want sort of engines embedded, but why this length? Why not 100 long? Why does it have to be so short that it's within one screen, so that people go like, let's make some scaffolding and abuse this even more. Is there much point in patching things the speedrunners do? They will play on a previous patch of the game where the glitch is still available. Depends on the community, but yes, some will. I don't think that, I generally don't think that you should cater for speedrunners generally, because they are an outlier. But on the other hand, they are also often the most popular streamers. So if there's something that you don't like seeing in your game, and you go like, for example, Silksong. Every speedrunner plays Chinese because Chinese loads faster on screen. Come on. Just fix it. Why do you make every single speedrunner play it in Chinese? Like, that's something where you go like, okay, we put in something so that everything loads at the same speed. I don't know. It just seems like such a weird thing, and for me, it diminishes a lot from the experience of watching a speedrun that I have to watch it in Chinese. Yeah, just give it instant text option. Exactly. And then everyone could play in the language so that they could actually see what's going on the screen. But for speedrunners, it's just another thing. Like, it's just another thing you can optimize of remembering the menus and how many clicks and recognizing this one being this thing. And but from a casual viewer perspective, it's annoying to look at it in Chinese. So yeah, but I don't know. Anyway, loading stations. I don't know. I honestly can't see a non-thruster stacking reason to have a ship longer than 500 tiles and wider than 1000 tiles. They could have just limited all sides. Yep, they could. And I don't know those numbers, if what they are, but yes, they could definitely do that. This as you, I play a lot of Warframe, and back in the day we used to farm XP on a certain specific mission. Devs didn't like that, so they gave us completely new mission type with lots of mob spawns. On the other side, those two devs are functionally waging a war on players abusing the meta. I tend to, yeah. Now I get how much this is. Um, I don't really know how what the right perspective is. I think this is a nice way to do this, but I don't really know how we would get things in. Um, it also depends on sort of what level we have in terms of this. I think that generally this isn't very exciting to build this. Yeah. Sidon Sidlux, yes. Yeah. mm. The legendary drills. This is again like this is not legendary either. This is just kind of what would a loading station and mining station look like with the. I don't think I've designed it, and I think that it'll look something like this. I also don't know why it would be. And this one. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, that actually works fine. Oh, no, not fine. That's so weird. Why is this one indented compared to the other ones? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so this is not enough actually for... Yes, so there's space here. Don't forget to take a break. Yeah, we'll take our break now. There. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, back again. Is paying for designing with train network to depots and waiting hours? Oh, absolutely is. Luckily, trains are not relevant in space age, so it doesn't really matter. So, but you're absolutely right. And you should be, like, what I try to do is like, okay, I want this in the middle, but anything else, like, yeah, just maybe you just go like, okay, I'm gonna use 6 tiles, 6 blocks for it, whatever. You have infinite by infinite, so don't skimp on the space. And if you want to build like big trains, 16 wagons or something, then this is not it. Like, just remove some of it. I would probably, just to get easier to design, just remove the concrete here, so it gets easier to sort of feel more free about how much space you want. That was switching, folks. Thank you. So I don't want to be doing this anymore because I don't think there's much to this. It'll depend on what it looks like, but I think this is a nice little design. I can't even... it's been so long that I can't remember the rules for chain signals. I think the idea is that I don't actually need a chain signal anywhere. The idea is that you want as few chain signals as possible, but there isn't anything here that would require a chain signal. I remember that back in the days I would always sort of build a chain signal before one of these splits, but that's not what you want. And I remember I came up with a new rule about when to insert chain signals, and it was really fucking awesome. And I can't remember it. Can you put molten carbon on terrain? Yes, you can, but it's not good. It's less effective. It's less space constrained. Space plus if you do that, you need to bring calcite all the way out to your outpost, which doesn't work. Yeah, chain before crossing, rail after merging. That is exactly how everyone does it, and it's incorrect. It's not incorrect. It's just way over. Now you're saying crossing. Yes, crossing. Yes, that's true. Crossing is true, but that's like a case for it. Yeah. But that's how everyone does it. And then you end up just having way too many signals. Like for example here, you only want it here because basically you want to say the only place you want it is if it's not. Oh, yes. I think it was my definition was that if the train cannot be fully contained inside the next block, then it must be a change signal. Because in this case, it can't be contained in here. And therefore, I don't want it to go out. I don't want it to go in here unless it can also go out of this one. That makes sense. While if I have like signals that are big enough to contain a full train, then I don't need it. And obviously, maybe actually this one is a case where you could argue for it, because what if we have a train in here and a train in here, and another train comes in, that one will now be able to go past this location and drive up, and it goes up here. Now this train leaves, and then the next train that's standing behind this one wants to go in here but can't. That's the argument. Of course, in this case, since it's a loading thing, we don't want it. We don't care, because if this one leaves, then it's only like 7 seconds until this one leaves as well. So not going to be a big deal. But that's the case where you might want to say, okay, actually, I do want a change signal here to stop it here so that it will hold here, and then choose which one it wants to go into. That's the reason why you'd want it to go in here. What is that block size you're using? Blocks maximum for robots orange size? Yes. The city blocks are 50 by 50, which corresponds to maximum size of a roboport. There. Won't help because the train already picked the station to park. No. No, it doesn't. It can re-choose on it. At least it used to be able to choose again here. Oops. When it's standing on a signal here. I think. Or do you use multifunctional trains? I don't really find the need for it. I think it's one of those things where, like, having multifunctional trains that can pick up anything is it's the same as when you're a developer and you need to write a new function. Do you just write the specific function, or do you write something that is generic so that if someone comes up with something later on, then you can always add it? And it's kind of that choice, which sometimes it leads in one favor, sometimes it leads in the other favor. Some people will always build generic, some will always build specific. There's also a personality thing involved. But for me, we're going to pick up iron, copper, coal, and stone. That's it. So, does it have to be generic? Like, no, it's gonna be those four. Yeah, but it could no, it's just gonna be those four things. So that's it. Yeah, but no. So just make your 10 trains for iron and 8 trains for copper and be done with it. That's kind of how I feel, instead of sort of having a mishmash of everything. And then, yeah, it's fun to design that train system, but it also ultimately doesn't really do much. And then you end up messing up, as I am wont to do. Then I mess up, and what do I do instead? I end up just having suddenly a coal train unloading at the copper outpost for God knows what reason, and then everything is messed up. And I spent 5 hours trying to untangle the copper from all part of my bus base, and I definitely lost all the time I would have saved anyway. That's just me. Ever considered adding capacity to turn wagons and fluid storage for quality? No, I don't know if they have, but it's something that everyone has said. They usually don't. They don't comment much on the. I mean, the last thing we've heard from VOOP was that 2.1 maybe could be arriving before Christmas, but maybe not. That's it. That's the last thing we've heard from them. At least that I've heard. All right, I don't want to do anything more on Navis. Anything else we'd want on Navis would be uranium, I guess. How do we? We have uranium here, so we get uranium in. What else would we want to do on Navis? Or is there anything we want? Ooh, we can check this one. This one is still not completely empty, but it's getting better. Even the last one here, the worst one, which I don't know why it's like that. But look at this. These are actually mostly idle. Look, it has saturated. Yay! But isn't it? I think it's really odd. Oh, right, I know, I get it. Because I thought there was just picking up. But that means... Yeah, so it's after all of this. It goes in here. And then there isn't really a lot of space on the belt. And therefore these take... having a hard time just exiting on the belt. I mean, they're trying, but... It's not really... Not really getting there. Yeah, legendary uranium is a potential. Let's I don't think captive biolas will ever need to be higher quality. Biolabs need higher quality, but I would not do this with legendary inputs. I would do this with normal inputs and then just recycle, which is what I did. Because this is a finite number. You need a finite number of biolabs, so just crank at, go at it, and then eventually we'll get it. So the question is, like, what is it I want legendary uranium for? I don't know. Template meta programming. Is it this one? Because it goes into the portable fission reactor, but that's also a dead end. Oh, it's also, this is used in the portable fusion reactor. It's a pity that uranium is a dead end. Yeah, I actually really liked that it had a use in space science, that it was like 10% used for space science. C++ is like trying to cut yourself with a plastic knife. Using a plastic knife. Really? I think it would... Okay. I think I got some pretty nasty scrapes from my run-in with C++. Legendary Spidertron. Okay. It's awful. You are young. You are a young lad, aren't you? Yeah. I wrote my master's thesis in C++. You're gonna hear that. Teacher, right? So, back in the days, I had written some algorithms, but I used the Java because it was just easier to get with, and that's it. So, I wrote some table search algorithms. Then, when I got to MIT, I talked to the postdoc, and he was like, "Yeah, we don't use Java here. Can you just rewrite it in C++, and then I'll see you in a week." Fuck. I mean, I just arrived in Boston, just first meeting with my postdoc, and he was like, "Yeah, can you just take the stuff that you spent half a year doing? Can you just redo it in another programming language in a week?" I was like, I can't say no. Sure. So I had a week to learn C++. I had one course, but I was like, whatever. I'm never going to use it. So I had to learn that and then rewrite the rewrite the algorithm. Demoralizing. No, this was like I got a scholarship to MIT. I was pretty damn proud of it. I was not gonna be showing up there and being like it's too difficult. No, that was just there we go. So I did it and I wrote the whole thing in C++. But what happens when you need to learn a new programming language really fast? There might be some corners that you miss. And for me, biggest difference between Java and C++ that I didn't realize until 2 weeks before I had to hand in my report, and I just couldn't figure out why my larger datasets just performed so poorly. And then I checked the RAM, and then I realized that you gotta clean up your fucking memory pointers in C++, and I didn't know how to do that, and I couldn't learn it in 2 weeks. I was so screwed. So I bought more RAM. I just bought more RAM, and then I just went like, there we go, it works. I was like, there's no way I can learn this. Yeah, just download more RAM. Yeah, well, I downloaded from the store. Get more RAM. That won't fly today. I mean, it will, but it's just money. I mean, it wasn't exactly like I was rich. That's too funny. I know. It's it's the thing is like even in professional settings, this is actually a solution that is used way more often than most developers would acknowledge. Like, oh, I could do it the right way, or I can just throw more hardware at it. Yeah, let's just throw more hardware at it. Yeah, developer time is expensive. Yeah, especially when you're 2 weeks from handing in your master's thesis and you really want to do a good job, then you really don't want to be sort of like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not very good coder, so the whole program is basically falling apart between my hands. That's not really great. So, and then what you do is that you write it and go like, yes, and if time like in your sort of what would you have done if you had more time? It's like, oh, I would definitely have tested it on larger data sets. Like, no fucking way I wouldn't would have. So yeah, it's easy to say. Yeah, if I had more time, I would definitely have chosen some more larger data set to really see how my algorithm would perform. Like, nope. This I wrote in Haskell. I was trying to write compression algorithm entirely using Haskell. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. So and then I applied for my first job at a company that I was really really keen on, and they had one job posted, and that was a developer job, and I applied for it, and I got to the interview, and I talked to their head of development, and he was like, "I don't think you're a good enough developer," and I was like, "But I really want to work here." I was like, "Yeah, I don't think you have the skills, um, but." We have invented a new job for you because we think you have a good profile. So, how about being in more of a consultant basis? Like, oh yeah, sure. Because I don't want to be a programmer, a developer. I don't want to do that. I want to be using the software, not building the software. So, then I can always just waltz into the development department and go like, how difficult can it be? Yeah. So that was my very short career as a developer. So I wouldn't say I can code these days, but not even vibe code. In the middle, why bother chasing memory leaks on missile softwares? Just make sure the leak doesn't reach max memory until the missile explodes. That's one way of looking at it, and then something intercontinental ballistic missiles. Oops. Oh, we never thought they would fly more than 20 minutes. Oops. Anyway, there's nothing more on Navis. What should be the next thing? I have an idea for something, and it's actually here. I don't think this is current. I think this one might need a little bit of an update as well. So this is my thing we're going to be looking at now. So, let's just have a look at it, like really basic, what it provides. Like sometimes it does this with the power, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know when. And Boeing airplanes need to be restarted every 51 days. Yeah. I heard something which I don't really believe, but I think it's a good story anyway. Like, so in Denmark, when all the trains in Copenhagen are they're electrified, and so every time there's a little bit of ice, then it's like, oh, sorry, the trains are delayed, you can't drive when there's ice on the tracks. And they go like, ice on the tracks, what the hell? And I talked to someone who actually works in the company, and he was like, it's not because there's ice on the tracks, that doesn't really hurt the trains, but the ice and the resonance, and it sends sort of, it hums at 77 hertz, and that's the frequency of the old interchanges. And there are still some of those interchanges left, and you really don't want them to switch. Like that better not be the case, that when the trains are driving on icy tracks, they hum at a frequency that could make the tracks switch by themselves. Like, please don't be true. Please don't be true. So, I hope it's not. But, yeah. British pilots were notching V1 bombs onto the error overwhelmed the mechanical autobahn. Oh, nice. Ended up being, I have no idea how to find the complicated structure from title efficiency, so I just wrote that enumerated through all structure and made a happy noise when it found one. Would be scared to know just how sketchy humanity runs things. Yeah, I know. There are a lot of things where, like, and especially when something goes wrong and you start doing a deep dive of what went wrong, and you go like, there's no way that this should work. How has this ever worked? This is broken in so many levels. Like, how did this ever work? Wi-Fi 6 and USB 3 are on the same frequency spectrum. Having fun finding out why my Wi-Fi died when I plugged in an external SSD. Wow. That exploded a week ago. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, but no, don't know if there was any post-mortem on that. Okay, 2.5. How would we want to do this? It's just so damn cheap. And I don't want this one to move. I think I will try to keep it in orbit. Ooh. Beacons? In space? Because I want this powered by solar, and that might be a problem. I put 6 megawatt. It's 1 per second. This one is now. It's not really that much faster. Okay, but it's also not really that much more expensive. Then their parents? No, this one should also not be legendary. We are still, again, looking at a... This one sucks. I need it a little bit bigger. Okay, cool. Let's make it a little bit bigger, but not, like, too overwhelming. And then we'll need to figure out how this could be... how this would make sense. So, this is only 2.7 per second. Hold on. I don't care about productivity. Huh. I don't care. I don't even think beacons are... Are beacons worth it? No, not when they're not legendary. They're just... Distribution efficient is such a big part of it. This one's only 1.5 distribution efficiency. 0.83. .8.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey Pucci, thank you for the 25 months. Late, but let's start watching. Yeah, not much time left, but sure. I wonder if this is worth it. I think my main problem is that I don't know what situation I want to build it in. Like, the original one here is just in and out of this, which is fine for this number, but I'm gonna need a little bit more than this. Not a lot more, but a little bit more. This is like a super compact build. I love it. And it is, you know, 2.5. So getting it bigger has to make it also better, but I don't know how that would be better. I don't know what... honestly, I don't know what better would look like in most cases. So it could be something like we use our usual sort of spin this around. And then... Well, that switches the recipe on the crusher combinator. Yeah, I don't want to do that. More with productivity, but 3 beacon rather than... well, first of all, I don't have productivity 3. So, and the second thing is also, I only have solar panels to put in here, so... I don't know. Maybe I do have something better. If I... I could also make a little nuclear power plant, because it's hovering over Navis, so why not? Like... Oh, we did have a nuclear power plant back in the day. I guess someone has pruned that from existence. Okay. And this is providing 40. How much is Pip in India? I don't know. Go full solar? That's also an option, but full solar is just a lot of junk. And solar is... the good news about the solar is that it actually is constant since it's hovering over Novice, so that's a good argument for just getting solar. But I also... yeah, I don't know. I think my problem is that I don't know what I'm actually desiring to build here. Like, what is it I want? Because I think that my main issue is actually going to be grabbing something, because there's just nothing floating around here. And that's kind of also these problems that I'm needing these everywhere to grab as much as possible. Somehow like this idea. But then they come out from here. That's not really what I want. Yeah. Right hand side in the direction of travel. Oh, that's actually not correct. Or maybe it is. Maybe I actually get these from this belt. Ice. And you are gonna get carbon. And this one will get this, ironium. That'll go up there. And then I would need to get... I'm just imagining this one goes up here. Imagining that it goes down along this side. And I have this space for doing stuff. That would be these here. Let's see, how much iron would need? 2.6 iron, okay. And this one is producing 0.6, so... Oops. $1.25. And this is... Oh, so not even 2 of these are enough. But that would actually have been really nice to do. Here. And then I would need one of these. Like, could just be in the middle here. Gives us this one. And then that would actually go straight out here. Of course, these need to monitor the content of the belt. And that goes on the inside, and this goes on the outside. Just something. Makes more sense. And the other ones here could just be here. Oh, we are actually forgetting that this could also output and that has to be on the inside. There you go. Not legendary. Nope, not legendary. No need for legendary here. And do you ever do different quality of science? Yes, I've done a lot of legendary science. Don't think I want or need that right now. I don't think that's a... I think it's a fun challenge, but I don't think it's a good idea. Good, so we also need some calculations here for what we want on this. This is something we have on every single ship, so I don't need to design it again. You. This is a great place to have it. So we're starting by monitoring belt. So we tell us how much, and then I guess this one should tell us how much we want of everything else. 150 is way too much on this little ship, so maybe 100 is probably still too much. Then we also need the other products, the finished products here, here, and here. And let's just count 100 of those as well. That will be on the outside of the belt. Yeah, because then each of these will also be linked to that figure here. This will then go, dude, and you are going to be set filter. Ah, that needs to be somehow. Yes, that I guess that's the magic distance now. Then we can make solar panels out here again, I guess. Can they be normal quality now? They can probably be normal quality now, but it's since I already from the beginning am gonna use this quality, then I don't mind actually using it here. So we're getting stuff inbound, and let's see how much space do we have between 2 and 3. Oh, brilliant! That's actually nice. Now that makes it look like this was on purpose. Sweet. Maybe this doesn't need to be this big, but, you know, we'll find out. Ship isn't centered on the hub. It is. Okay, so now, since this is carrying all that, it also carries information for this one, which should then be enabled only when this is yes, greater than 0. Good. So we just, this is really nice actually. Oh, this is not good. Where's the actual output I need? This is not working. Oh no, the whole thing comes crashing down. Because where's my... This is also not correct, is it? This has to be on the inside, but that thing has to be on the outside, the ice. Which obviously can't be put out here now. And then I need one more space, and I don't have it. No, I don't have one. Need one more space. Yeah. And then we obviously this and this. Oh. Yep. And it also goes from here into that one, and from here into that one. And this one only be enabled when you are greater than 0. It's a simple way of doing it. There. So now we have all of these constraints to the right numbers. And probably a little bit too much of the iron on the belt. Let's have a look. Yeah, 300 iron. But it still can put out the other stuff it would want to do. These two are just not going to be put... Oh, this is not good. Because it keeps grabbing this. Then it should probably be you. So you stop actually getting stuff in there. Or maybe it's this one. Yeah. It's actually these two. Yes. Way too much. Good. Why is this not... Oh, this is not correct. I would need 3 more just for the other ones. Oh. Oops. This looks nicer, except for that one. Oh. ice and this might work. Carbon. Carbon, and then, oops, send a carbon signal out, if that's the case. There. So now, what signals do we have outbound? We can't see that unless we put it into another thing here. Yes, so we want to pick up more for the metallic, and we want to output more ice and output more carbon. The top one does not... Oh, what the hell? What the... There. This is on one side, this is on the other side. Right. So now it's only the oxide we want to pick up. Does that make sense? What do we have on the belt? So the only thing we want to pick up is the oxide. We will always be missing oxide on this build, this design here. And power is probably not a problem. No. So does it look off since the combinator for the asteroid product is not opposite combinator for the switch chunk? Yes, it does look off. You're right. It really should be. Like this, right? So they correspond to each other. Makes sense. Why is... There we go. Naval, when this one is less than 20,000 or something, I don't know. It's a nice little ship that doesn't really do anything. I mean, I can also say that this is not necessary, and we can probably just take you and just do that instead. See, I like this better than this. So if I could kill 2 lanes on this one. I don't know if I could. That to be... Yeah. And then we have 1 tile down here. Oh. RGB lamps, yeah. Yep, it's cooking a little bit, yes, but it's also just wants to pick up. As for recycling for oxide, I was thinking about it, but I also was thinking no. Oh, right there, now I get it. There you go. That's the reason. Problem is the recycling would have to take the one that is the most common here and recycle it, hoping to get the other one. Or you'd have to have all 4 of them. Yeah, that's in PowerPoint, yeah, but I need that to see what signals we're actually sending. So now we're actually out of iron. Interesting. Power issues? Very much so. Okay, so we do need some more space here. Would this inhibit anything? I don't think this would prevent it from mining anything. Like, as long as I can reach out here. There might be something in this corner that's not so great. But these two I think are fine. Yeah, bottom part, 2 tiles down. Yes, it's probably easier. How much power? Thereabouts. If it's different extra chunks, yeah. I could put that here if I really. But the problem will always be that this cannot get resources in here fast enough. Yeah. That was like the same in bit. Yeah. I don't know. If we look at it, like, there's just... It would need to be bigger to actually capture more, but it's just there is so little hovering over Navis that maybe this is the wrong approach, and I should be more focused on productivity because, oh, I'm so screwed without productivity. Like, all of the things should be productivity based because there's so little input that I want to make every single bit count. And if that means more solar panels, so be it. But there's at least something going on now. Put thrusters on it, then I have to put ammo on it, then I have to put then it's just a different thing. Then it's not also not hovering over Navis, and I do like having a little plat. You make this base like what? Cross for more farming, or a cross, maybe. So design that is a huge plus of grabbers with belts leading to middle. Yeah, I'm also thinking that might be a case, but I really dislike that idea. It is like making sort of tentacle arms out here and just putting and grabbing them and pulling them back. But it might be what is needed if we wanted to stay stationary. So let's see. I'll at least sort of make it into something else. Doesn't the width determine how much is spawned? I don't know. It's difficult to say. It's because it's normally the width, yes, because more of what is spawning at the top of the screen as you fly into it will hit your ship. But what happens when you're not flying into it? Then, like, all of these things out here, the things that are hovering, they're all just flying towards us anyway, right? You can see here, all these, they are coming towards us from every direction. So a bigger ship, what does that do? That means we capture them before instead of them flying here. Then they just fly here and then get grabbed. I don't know if that makes anything. So cool. Anyway, time for us to wrap up. Tomorrow will be more Captain of Industry. We're going to be sitting there for 4 hours straight watching trucks slowly carve out a mountain. I think that's fun. We'll also be building some stuff and panicking about the lack of. Oh, and we'll have our favorite thing, the sour water stripper. It's time for the sour water stripper to come into play. You actually got into Captain with the update. You were not into it last time. That's true. That's true. But I also played it on Admiral last time, and somehow I do love the game, and now I really got into it, and I honestly really enjoyed just watching the trucks make terraforming and then building these designs. And I think the designs I've come up with this time around have been really nice. So I think that's also fun to do, like little cool designs. And yeah, and the base is working absolutely brilliant, and it looks amazing as well. So I think it's good. I think there's definitely potential. We'll build some big bridges and some. Well, I think the game sort of lends itself to scale up a lot more, and I really want to dig into that and see what we can do with it. So anyway, thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow for some Captain of Industry, I hope, or maybe in a week's time. Factorio winds up with being assembler with 1-2 inputs. Yeah, Captain Industry has made more different sizes and stuff, and more products and all that. So good night, take care, and stay effective, everyone.